waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops.
There you can be the
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
1 light, 2 lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops. Catch the
I wanna take you away.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
hearts racing.
1 light, 2 lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking round.
The heart stops.
There you can be the
I wanna take you away.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Face West Ham United tonight or this evening by 4:30 p.m. at the London Stadium. And hey, the haters of Arsenal have conglomerated in this studio and they want to dissect what the Gunners are going to do this afternoon. Hey, one step closer to the Premier League title. The Gunners have their hands firmly on it, but they're just 2 points ahead of their nearest challengers. I don't know, Pep Guardiola never seems to want to let a Premier League title slip in any season. Don't forget, there's a small matter of the El Clasico coming up this evening. Barcelona, with a win, can secure the La Liga title and dunk on the heads of their noisy neighbors, or you can say their eternal rivals, Real Madrid. And don't forget, across the top 5 leagues in Europe, there are games to tell you about. Liverpool on a slot. Hey, it wasn't a really palatable reception he received yesterday at Anfield, and that could be one insight to the bosses. Manchester United are qualifying for the Champions League, but can they survive on a cold night in Belgium? They couldn't survive on a cold night in Tyneside when they faced Sunderland yesterday, but for their neighbours, Manchester City, they were very comfortable against Brentford yesterday, winning by 3-0. For Chelsea, hey, European football might not be coming to Stamford Bridge next season, except they want to qualify for the Conference League, which we do know they are one-time champions of that competition. Maybe that's their favourite competition right about now. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, from 4:30 p.m, we'll move straight to Nigerian football. The league title in Nigeria is going down to the wire. Also, Enugu Rangers, Rivers United neck and neck for the MPFL title. Finidi George, Fidelis Ilechukwu. Which of these coaches will lead their sides to victory in the Nigeria Premier Football League? Nigerian football will be the talk of the town from 4:30 p.m. down to 6 p.m. when we do pack our bags and, of course, our baggages and say goodbye on the show and then come for Sports Attack and today's Sports Live on a lovely Monday in Port Harcourt. But ladies and gentlemen, you're stuck with me and the rest of the gang for the next 5 hours as we dissect everything. Hey, you can win 5,000 naira on the show today. Ladies and gentlemen, two people will take 5,000 naira. I had this Mother's Day. I don't know if it's every Sunday that is Mother's Day, but we do love our Mother's Day. If they give them all the Sundays in the year, let them take it. It's not easy to be a mother, but happy Mother's Day to you. And if you're a lady, you do not want to miss out on this. You can also join in and get the sum of 5,000 naira. This is proudly sponsored by Gorich. Gorich has dropped 5,000 naira for two people to win on the show. Remember, the two gentlemen who did win their 5,000 naira cash prize got it yesterday on the show, as they did predict that Liverpool and Chelsea will end in a 1-1 draw. I'm going to tell you which game you can predict today to stand a chance of winning 5,000 naira. And here, we know they do cho. We're going to do it as smoothly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been rambling for the last couple of minutes. My name is Somto Isaac, and I'm not alone in the studio. I've got gentlemen of timber, caliber, plywood, sawdust, gold, diamond, iron, anything you can sink your teeth into and get the talk of it. I'll start with the gentleman on my left. Ovie Wallace is in the house this afternoon. Ovie, happy Sunday to you. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Somto. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. Good afternoon to Port Harcourt sports lovers in the city, the state, and the nation. As always, it's nice to be here talking sports with you. A lot of events happening, as you've said. Arsenal against West Ham. I don't know about all the haters being in the studio, but I am not a hater. I'm just here to just enjoy the football.
You're blessed.
Just enjoy the football.
I'm glad you're not a hater.
But the London Derby, we'll see how it goes. And Arsenal have a chance. They've got, as you said, the one hand on the title and a chance to try and just snatch it from Manchester City, who are still chasing. And then you have to look at what's happening in other sports. The Italian Open currently going on, and then we also have you see in boxing Daniel Dubois and Fabio Ward, the 11 rounds of pure action, pure fighting.
That was a crazy fight. That was one of the craziest fight I've seen in a long time.
Crazy fights, and we saw who came out as a champion, and it's who was the next step, who's the next opponent. That's how it always is in the world of boxing. They have to look at Formula One. We've got 3-week break till Canada, and lots of questions for Mercedes, especially with the new changes and all. You see George Russell lacking behind his 19-year-old teammate in Kimi Antonelli. McLaren trying to play catch up as well to Ferrari problems, Red Bull, their ups and downs. Lots to talk about in that sport as well. So you just have to look at basketball. The Tigers and the Tigers as well, two actions from them. One will be preparing for the World Cup in Germany, while the other will be working things out with their new coach. And then the NBA playoffs too is there as well too. The Los Angeles Lakers just can't put a dent on the Oklahoma City Thunders, 3-0 in that series. Then you have to look at one of the best rivalries we have in this playoff, Anthony Edwards against Victor Wembanyama, Timberwolves against San Antonio Spurs. Lots to talk about there. The New York Knicks as well too, having their own ride in the series as well too. Lots to talk about from the ever exciting world of sports. Good morning to you.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you.
Let me move to the gentleman sitting nicely beside Ovie Wallace. Victor Israel is in the house. Victor, hi. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Somto. I know when you started the introduction talking about the haters, I know you were talking about me. Boys.
Why you so
calm down?
confident?
Okay, Osas, calm down. I know when something is talking about me, but proudly, the chief hater is here today. So it's always nice to be here to talk about.
Remind me the club you support, please. I'm just asking.
Are they on the face of the map? That's the next.
They are the map.
They are the map.
Yeah, they are the map. So you don't need to be on the face
I get
of the
them
map.
before no be property.
No, if he is, he may ask Nageta.
That's what they're gonna do.
Okay, 6 Champions League. Before you get to that stage, I think my great
I
grandchildren.
will turn off your mic. I'm controlling it here. I would.
No, today promises to be very, very interesting. Getting to see what will happen there at the London Stadium. Getting to see what will happen. Also there at the El Clasico. I believe we already know what is going to happen there at the El Clasico. Barcelona already champions. It's just a case of pride for the team that knows how to beat each other, but they cannot beat this Barcelona team. But let's just keep our eyes and fingers crossed to see what will happen there. But talking about other sports, we've seen lots of things happening in basketball. It's always I believe that if Nigerians could take basketball serious, then we could get to see lots of Nigerians, lots of fans coming out to talk about basketball. Because for me, I feel the faith we put in the Super Eagles and they're not repaying it, we should just transfer a bit of that support, that sponsorship, that love, that passion. Let's just transfer it a little and give to the Tigers, and we'll see smiles on every face of Nigerians.
Which faith are they not repaying? Now you don't want to watch Unity Couple.
Imagine people going to World Cup and we are watching Unity Cup. It looks somehow, seriously, but that is what we've come. That is what the Super Eagles have given to us, the NFF. So at this point, let's just enjoy ourselves, watch others, and also get to watch the D Tigers put smiles on the faces of Nigerians. And believe me, you don't want to miss any part of the show today because it promises to be very much interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from Victor Israel, and now swiftly go to the next gentleman. He's the point one when you talk about sporting affairs here at Today FM. He is the demigod in the world of sports. Osasi Kinwe is in the house this afternoon. Osasi, good afternoon.
Definitely, Sumto, a very good afternoon to you, and it's beautiful to see that you're fired up today. I'm also fired up today.
Yeah.
I believe everyone right there in London, the northern side of London, they're all fired up, going all out to West Ham are London
Not
brothers,
London
but this
forever,
is
The
whatever
Hamas,
the
we are
weather.
fired up. The Hamas.
I saw something this morning, Sumto, after the Manchester City game yesterday. Pep Guardiola trying to do, I don't know what he was trying to do the negative tactics, trying to spike spike
a fake West Ham fan.
Yes, a fake West Ham fan. He's trying to uplift their morale, telling them that they are Iron Men going through. See, in front of him, they go beat Iron Man. They go beat and waiting no good. They go beat and waiting no good. So that he might go touch ground. Yes, that's it. Because
he said, "Come on, you Lions."
Come on,
For what?
For what? Now, a man like Pep
Iron
trying
iron.
to spike up or trying to uplift a West Ham. See, I don't understand. Pep has just fallen below the level I used to look at him. He's now within the Chelsea K-Dada brackets right now at this point.
The Cowboys.
So I think it's going to be a beautiful ending to today. I'm not even looking at the show alone. The show is going to be beautiful, and we'll also have a very, very beautiful ending to the day. Hopefully, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. we should all be going home smiling and happy.
All right, sir. Let me switch to the next gentleman on the show. I want to say
what a day to be a West Ham fan. What a day. What a glorious day. What a glorious day to be a West Ham fan.
Are you a West Ham, Mr. West Ham?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. West Ham.
My London brothers.
Priye is also in the house. PC beats. What beat are we gonna? What relegation beat are we gonna make for West Ham this afternoon?
I think they will survive it. I think it's between Tottenham Hotspur and Nottingham Forest, and what I'm looking at possibly is a West Ham 3-0 victory against the Arsenal.
For where this will happen?
In London. It's going to be an exciting
small
game.
London, then Lagos.
It's going to be an exciting game. But my prayer and the sweet part of it is, I want to look into Sumto's eyes after the training. I want to look into Osa's eyes when I look at them and tell them, I told you in January. I told you. But I told you.
Rejoice with those who are rejoicing. Arsenal are in the Champions League final, Arsenal are just 3 games away from winning a Premier League title for the first time in 22 years. Why are you not rejoicing with Arsenal?
Why will I rejoice for their delusional fans always thinking that they are the greatest team in the world? Why would I?
This season, they were.
No, they are not. The luck of the draws actually helped them in the Champions League. We saw what played out. You met
the luck of the draws. Did it help Chelsea in the Club World Cup?
Club World Cup.
Yeah, the luck of the draws helped Chelsea.
It helped Chelsea. Yes, I will not deny that. It helped Chelsea. But the difference is that Paris Saint-Germain will not allow it to happen twice. It happened to them against a fellow London side. And now another London side.
Okay, you don't want to support your London brothers.
No, yeah, we are not brothers. We are not brothers. You guys are from the north. The North London. No, we are not brothers. So I think it's going to be an exciting game, but I pray for Arsenal. You people should win today's game, oh. Because if City wins this season, the memes are having my phone. Hey. My memory is actually crying right now. The videos I have for Arsenal fans. Oh, I pity you guys. If you go trophyless this season.
you see this hate that you are harboring for Arsenal.
See, Arsenal have actually deserved every
hope you listen to my laugh.
Gotten.
It's not an ordinary laugh. No, let me tell you, it's not an ordinary laugh. There's nothing ordinary about this laugh. But my prayer is, let's see a clean game today. Let's see a game where the relegation side will prove themselves. The people that claim that they want to be champions, I want people to be doing favor for them. Let them prove it today that they want to win. That's the most important thing. A game at a time. Let's see what will happen today. But I think Arsenal definitely will draw points. But I don't know how it will happen, but definitely Arsenal will draw points. Then for other sports, we have a new coach for the Tigers. We're expecting a lot from him. But most times you don't necessarily need a coach for you to have a spectacular team. It's something that you should be doing for the past 8 years. If you want to be the best team in the world, you have to be building it over the years. We saw what the German national team did after the 2002 World Cup. They were planning, they hosted, they had an 8-year project, and finally they won the World Cup. We've seen what the Spanish national team also did too over time with the Alonso and all. They built a team and they ended up winning the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. So if you want to win titles, we've seen what the United States is doing with the NBA, building grassroots football, building college football and all. We need to start building our league, let it be competitive. Let us stop the attitude of I must win when I host the competition. We saw the controversy in Rivers Hoopers games last season, where a lot of people say, oh, it seems like they rigged this game. They are forcing the other opponent to lose and all. So for me, I think if we have a very good quality league, we have a good youth and setup in our basketball. I think basketball is one of the most loved sports after football in Nigeria. My opinion though, basketball and athletics. These two basically are one of the most loved sports in Nigeria outside football. So I think we need to stop the rancor within the federation, try as much as possible to build. We don't expect magic from a manager. Even though they bring Pep to the Super Eagles side, they will not win the World Cup. It's beyond that. You have to be building talent from grassroots football. I think with that, basketball will get there. Then for Formula One, yes, a lot will still happen. For me, I think we'll have an amazing conversation today. Therefore, Arsenal, I pray. I
want you to look into your crystal ball and give me a prediction.
I have given you now 3-0. Now what do you want me to say?
No, that one
again?
a fake prediction. Give me real prediction.
Okay, the real prediction. I think it's going to be a slim either a draw basically, possibly a 1-1 draw.
I think inside you give me real prediction.
Victory for Arsenal. You are suppressing
victory for
something
West
is
Ham.
saying
we go jump in for him.
Arsenal.
I think they give me real prediction. You see, they tell me say they go drop point.
No, drop. Arsenal will drop points.
Just listen to him carefully. Listen in between the lines.
Read
in between the lines.
Let me just say before you continue now. As an analyst, as a pro, now I will tell you that I saw the City game. Immediately, they were Everton were 3-1 down, and we saw the reaction from Erling Haaland. Getting a goal, 3-1 down. Man City were 3-1 down.
Yeah, you said Everton
were 3-1 off. Apologies. We saw the reaction from the Man City side, Haaland getting a chance and converting it. We saw what Doku did the last minute of the game. For me, I think Arsenal players don't have that mentality. That's my fear for them. It's not about hate or something. Yeah, I'm being sincere. Yeah, I think if Arsenal possibly are 3-1 down against a West Ham side, be sincere to yourself. Do you think Arsenal will come back to that game to get something for that game?
If you think Arsenal don't have moments players, is that not much more credit to Arteta that he has built a team that even if, for instance, I'll use Man City as a case in point, even if Doku cannot score, Gay from defense will come and score. Even if Gay cannot score, Nunes will come and score. Even if Nunes cannot score, you have any midfielder there. But City have moments players which they've assembled with a rich value.
No. I think it's
rich
not about
pump of money.
It's not about moments players. My point is, PSG is not built with moments players. Basically, they're almost apart. Maybe except a little bit and different between Dembele and the other guys. They're almost the same thing, especially the front players. Their ability to convert chances. That's my point. Arsenal will get the chance. But when it comes to the high rate of conversion, that's my problem with Arsenal. Every league, any team that wins the league title, the Champions League, look at their front players. They convert a lot. From the time of Samuel Eto'o to the time of Lionel Messi, Suarez, Salah, Mane, you can go on and on and on. They have players that if you give them 6-7 chances, they will try as much as possible to convert 4-3. But if you look at that Arsenal side, Gyökeres is not oozing that confidence. We know Kai Havertz, same thing. Maybe the player in the front line that you could say, can actually do conversion a little bit is Bukayo Saka. But you look at other players, they don't ooze that confidence. So for me, I think it's something that may hurt them. That's my point. They have the defense to actually shield most of this thing, but they are players. If you have those odd times in the game, can you convert them?
But
that's the point.
The truth here is,
I
think we're looking from one side of the divide. See, football is on both ends. Either you attack or you defend. Priye talked about teams that win championships and they always have players that convert. We have seen teams that win championship not having players that convert, but have proper defensive setup that keeps them.
You can go down to the Greece time. They had a starting Christian. They had a starting Christian when they won the Euros. Sorry to cut you. When Greece, one of the most terrible sides that ever won the championship, when they won the Euros against Portugal, that year that Portugal hosted the Euros, they had a prolific striker that will have 2-3 chances and he converts.
Yes, he gets the goal, and they now forget about the striker. They have a team set up from the midfield that if they get the goal, you cannot equalize. That was what they thrived on, winning that Euros. Look at Inter Milan when they won the treble with Jose Mourinho. Milito was in front. Gabriel Milito was in. Diego Milito was in front, getting the goals. His job was just get the goal. I think he paired with who was his pairing there?
Pandev and from this other side, it's Samuel Eto'o.
Samuel Eto'o
was also there. Players.
Now they get the goal. Their job is just to get the goal. Once they get the goal, forget it. That's
who is getting the goals for Arsenal?
That's the whole theme there in that Inter Milan side. Get the goal, forget it. You have the likes of Zanetti, Cambiaso sit behind and make sure that you don't see. Be you Messi, you cannot break in and pull an equalizer. That was how they knocked Barcelona out of. I think that was the quarterfinal stage of the semi-final stage of the UEFA Champions League. They got that all important goal, held on to it even when Barca came to San Siro.
Do you know what happened to Arsenal? If you watch the Real Madrid,
Gyökeres will get one goal. Then we will do the the Atletico Madrid.
If you watch the Real,
that's exactly how it's going to be from now on.
If you watch the Real Madrid Atletico Madrid final that Diego Costa had injury in the first half of that particular game, when they took off Diego Costa, they scored before they took Diego Costa off. Basically, they patched him in that final. If you observe when they replaced him, the player, they were trying to get the player name right now, the front player that actually replaced Diego Costa, they were not able to score. They were not able to convert, and it affected them in that game. And I'm telling you, if a fit Diego Costa was in that game, Real Madrid would not have come back because they would have somebody to think about in the defense. That's my point. Diego Costa was out of that game. No matter how good they were, Gordon, the likes of Juan Fran, the likes of Felipe, they were all good. They find a way to still consider the last minute of the game. That's my point. If you don't have those players that can convert, no matter how defensive structure your team is, that they were quite good, but if they cannot score those goals,
Adrian Lopez,
thank you very much. If they can't score that goal, basically you will just suffer in vain, and that's what I think Arsenal will do this season.
That's a really hard phrase to end with.
They will Job. But
anyways, see, ladies and gentlemen, the talking points will get hotter and hotter when we get into the football section. So by 3 p.m. we'll definitely start discussing European football on the show. But hey, as we're conversing here, you can get in your thoughts by the minute, by the second, by the hour, as random as possible via our SMS and our WhatsApp portal. Hey, by the way, there's also Divine Nathan here with us in the house. You hear from her when it comes to the football part of things. What did you say?
Pretty soon, we hear from her.
So Divine is also in the house, a full house on a Sunday afternoon. And Divine, yes, it's Mother's Day, so she's going to give that mother's feel on the show this afternoon. By the way, I was saying you can get in your thoughts as the show progresses on our SMS and WhatsApp portal. Is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9960. Get your SMS, get your WhatsApp messages as the show progresses. And hey, there will also be a time we will open the phone lines. But before we do that, you can just keep the number on the side so that when it's time to call, you just don't have any difficulty in getting across to us. It's 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. Hey, we're live on YouTube. It's today 95. Let me put that again. It's Today 951 FM. Yeah, I almost said Today 95.1 FM, but on YouTube, it's Today 951 FM. That's the handle on YouTube. You can stream live on YouTube, and you can also stream live on Twitch. Hey, call us the Gen Z station. The handle on Twitch is Today FM 951. Today FM 951. But you can also connect with us via socials. Facebook, Instagram, X. On Facebook is Today 95.1 FM. Instagram is Today FM 951. Same handle for X. Today FM 951. And in case you don't want to see our faces and you have people who want to do this and multitask via audio, hey, there's also a website where you can listen to us via the audio only part of it. It's www.todayfmlive.com. www.todayfmlive.com. Click the listen live. And hey, keep your ears open. I will tell you when the prediction door will be open for you to win 5,000 naira on the show courtesy of Gorich. I'll tell you when you can win 5,000 naira on the show courtesy of Gorich. 2 people will smile with 5,000 naira. It's a Sunday, so let's give back. Let's give back and tell you, as always, thank you so much for listening to everything we do here on Today 95.1 FM. If you're ready, I'm ready. The guys are ready, and let's do this show like a grand slam.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Before we commence the conversation on other sports, I'll just love to give you results from yesterday and also the games to look forward to today in football. The results from yesterday's games across football, and of course today the games to look forward to in football in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Also, I'll start with the Premier League in England to give you the results from yesterday. First of all, Liverpool played out a 1-1 draw against Chelsea. Brighton and Hove Albion were victorious against Wolverhampton Wanderers by 3-0. Fulham lost at home to Bournemouth by 1-0 at the Stadium of Light. It was Sunderland playing out a goalless draw against Manchester United, and Manchester City moved to within 2 points of Arsenal at the summit of the standings. City sit second, courtesy of that 3-0 win against Brentford at the Etihad Stadium. In La Liga was Elche playing out a 1-0 draw against Alaves. Sevilla beating Espanyol by 2-1 at the Riyadh Air Metropolitano. Surprise, Atletico de Madrid losing by 1-0 to Celta Vigo, and Real Sociedad playing out a 2-2 draw against Real Betis Balompié. In the Serie A, it was Cagliari losing at home to Udinese by 2-0. Lazio losing at home to Inter Milan by 3-0, and Lecce losing to the old lady La Vecchia Signora Juventus by 1-0. In the German Bundesliga, Augsburg defeated Mönchengladbach by 3-1. Leipzig got the better of St. Pauli by 2-1. Hoffenheim also defeated Werder Bremen by 1-0. It was Stuttgart beating Leverkusen by 3-1, and Wolfsburg losing by a single goal to Bayern München, courtesy of that goal from Michael Olise. Let's look at what to expect today. I'll start with the Nigeria Premier Football League. Hey, it's Abia Warriors against Kun Khalifa. El Kanemi Warriors against Niger Tornadoes. Enugu Rangers against Bendel Insurance. Kano Pillars against Wari Wolves. Katsina United against Ikorodu City. Kwara United against Eyimba International. Nasarawa United against Plateau United. Remo Stars against Bayelsa United. Shooting Stars against Barao FC. And Wiki Tourists against Rivers United. In the Premier League, this afternoon is Burnley against Aston Villa. Crystal Palace against Everton. Forest against Newcastle United. From 4:30 p.m. is West Ham United against Arsenal. In the Spanish La Liga, it's 34 minutes on the clock. Mallorca losing to Villarreal by 1-0. From 3:15 at the new San Mamés is Athletic Club de Bilbao against Valencia. From 5:30 p.m. is Real Oviedo against Getafe, and from 8 p.m. at the Camp Nou is Barcelona against Real Madrid. In the Italian Serie A, Como just finished defeating Verona by 1-0. 2 p.m. is Cremonese against Pisa. Fiorentina against Genoa. From 5 p.m. is Parma against Roma, and from 7:45 is Milan against the Atalanta Bergamasca team. In the German Bundesliga, 2:30 p.m. we'll see Hamburg SV against Freiburg. Cologne from 4:30 face Heidenheim. From 6:30 is Mainz against Union Berlin. In the French Ligue 1, lots of games to look forward to from 8 p.m. and I'll rule everything out right now. AS Monaco against Lille. Angers against Strasbourg. Auxerre against Nice. Le Havre against Marseille. Metz against Lorient. Paris Saint-Germain against Stade Brestois. Stade Rennais against Paris FC. And Toulouse against Olympique Lyon. Let's get the conversation started. They say charity begins at home, so let's start with basketball here in Nigeria. The Nigeria Basketball Federation, they've appointed David Fitzdale as the new head coach of the men's national basketball team, the Tigers, with the American tactician setting his sights on guiding the side to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles. Now, the Federation said on Saturday that the appointment forms part of its long-term strategy to strengthen the technical structure of Nigerian basketball and build a team capable of competing consistently at the highest international level. Fitzdale, a former NBA head coach with the Memphis Grizzlies and the New York Knicks, recently worked as an assistant coach with the Phoenix Suns between 2023 and 2025. The MBBF said that Fitzdale's appointment reflects a wide ambition to raise standards across the program. The Federation stated, and I quote, "The MBBF believes Coach Fitzdale will bring his wealth of elite basketball management experience to the table, top-tier leadership qualities, and extensive coaching knowledge acquired from his coaching in the NBA. The 51-year-old has already outlined his ambition of leading Nigeria to Olympic qualification, with the long road beginning at the 2027 FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Luanda, Angola, where the Tigers will face Angola, Guinea, Tunisia, and Rwanda." Osas, on this, I'll start with you. The Tigers and, of course, the MBBF first off appointing David Fitzdale as the new head coach of the team. What should we be looking forward to with his appointment? What do we know about David Fitzdale? What should we expect as he takes the reins as the new gaffer of the senior men's national basketball team of the country?
I think we should be looking for better days ahead, definitely, because with that is a rise for Nigeria's the Tigers, getting a coach who has got ample experience and knowledge coming from the apex of basketball in the world, being the NBA, is one huge thing that the MBBF have done at this point, getting such a coach for Nigeria's male basketball team. I must also commend the Sports Commission, that's the National Sports Commission led by Honorable Shehu Diko, or call him Malam Shehu Diko, as well as Honorable Bukola Olakpade. They've done really, really well. I think I see the footprint and imprint going around every federation in sports. We've seen some amazing rise in top-ups in various departments. Football has its own to talk about. We have been talking about the improvements in the age grade section of football in Nigeria with the appointment of several seasoned coaches. Now it's getting to basketball. Definitely we're going to be seeing it touch even in wrestling. We'll see touch in athletics. We are already seeing what's going on in athletics right there. So I think it's a huge one. It's definitely one that we will be expecting a huge huge turn up. Remember that the the Tigers are looking for a qualification into the FIBA Men's World Cup. It has not been favorable for them for quite some time. I think the very first window they had it poor. In that group of 5, Nigeria sits fourth, I guess. So they need to top up their performance to make sure that they qualify. There is another window coming, as you just stated. So what more do you need right now than have a man who understands what it is to play basketball? Of recent, he has been with the Miami Heat. He was with the Miami Heat in 2024, and then had to join the Memphis Grizzlies, the Phoenix Suns, as an assistant coach. So you can see that he has touched every part of basketball in the NBA. And what else are we looking for than a man like this at this point for the Tigers?
All right, Ovie, to you now, but I'd start with what David Fisdale has said. Now, the newly appointed the Tigers head coach has explained why he accepted the role of leading Nigeria's senior men's basketball team despite receiving several other offers. Now, the Nigeria Basketball Federation, of course, they did confirm his appointment as the new handler of the team. And speaking on his decision to take the job, Fisdale disclosed that former the Tigers coach, Mike Brown, played a key role in convincing him to accept the position. Now, I'll quote what he said. He said, "I'm super excited. I have Coach Mike Brown to thank, who coached the team before, during the year they beat the United States in the qualifiers and played in Japan." Now, he said Brown brought it up to me, and after some good talks and going back and forth, we agreed that I was going to try to take the team to qualify. Now, Fisdale is expected to lead the Tigers into the next phase of the 2027 World Cup qualifying campaign as Nigeria targets a return to the global basketball showbiz. Over to you now. He did explain that without Mike Brown, this appointment probably would not have happened, and he said he has him to thank. And he said there was a lot of back and forth in the talks, but looking at what Mike Brown did with the Tigers and him also luring Fisdale to take charge of this side, could you say there are good days and good times ahead for the Tigers?
Well, as you said, Mike Brown has been, if not probably one of the best, if not the best coach we've had in the Tigers. If you look at Mike Brown, Allen Major, Ayo Bakori, we had Abdurrahman Mohammed as our last coach. He was one that took us to the FIBA. David Fisdale is obviously a step up from Abdurrahman, who, as you say, with the Kano Pillars basketball team, who has coached most of the teams in the BAL side. But Mike Brown's impact, as you said, coached Nigeria to a win over USA in the pre-Olympic games. We beat them 90-87 before we went to the Olympics, and then we just couldn't do it. But you have to look at the pedigree Mike Brown had coming into the Tigers. The man was named Basketball Coach of the Year in 2009. He coached the likes of Phoenix Suns. He coached the likes of LeBron, Kobe Bryant, and the rest. He coached Cleveland Cavaliers and the Los Angeles Lakers as well too. So the pedigree he brings and that command that he brings into the team, I'm sure that also played part in convincing David Fisdale. But yes, the Fisdale might not have had or might not have the same pedigree coming from the NBA, as you see, like Mike Brown, because if you start comparing them, it's going to be so someone will be saying it's a step down. If you want to get an NBA coach, why not get someone on the same level as Mike Brown and the rest? But I think he's had his own fair share of adventures in the NBA. With Golden State, he was assistant coach with Golden State, assistant coach with Atlanta Hawks, assistant coach with the Miami Heat before he took up the head coach role of the Memphis Grizzlies. Took them in his first season to a playoff. They finished 7th in the conference out before we had the play-ins. Took them to 7th in the conference. Yes, they got knocked out in the first round. I think that was to the San Antonio Spurs. They got knocked out in the first round to the San Antonio Spurs. That was 2016, 2017. And then from there, had the second season, he didn't really do it. I think they finished 14th. And then taking that role in the New York Knicks and all. And then going back to the assistant coach role. Almost 20 or so years, you see, in the NBA. That kind of knowledge, bringing it to international scene. it could work to international games. You have to get various players from different leagues, the NBA, the CBA, the NBB, the NBL, different leagues across Europe and across the world. So those kind of things, and he used to work with different players. I also have that scouting ability to be able to scout the right players for the right mindset, and just maybe the tactics that he or the game plans that he runs in the NBA might not have worked there, but might obviously work in international football. So you have to give Mike Brown his flowers for convincing him, and this is what you need. So now we need a step up. You just have to look at not just for that coaching aspect, you have to look at welfare aspect, because when it came to Mike Brown, the salary Mike Brown received during his time, he put it back into the team. So you look at that, you look at the welfare between the players, you look at the connection that Mike Brown had between him and his players. That is what we need in the Tigers as well, too, because these players just don't need game plans on the court. They also need to be they also need their morale boosted. They also need to be convinced that yes, you are the right man for the job. They also need to be convinced that yes, you can take them to the promised land. And if David Fisdale also has that in his bag, and I say we've got a good two-way manager that can work on the welfare players, because you know how the NBBF is when it comes to players and that friction between them and the NBBF, and Fisdale will be the person to be that oil in between those two cogs, those two gears, to try and just make everything.
Those two what?
The cogs. yeah, very funny. It's Sunday. Please.
I didn't get you well. That's why I needed to ratify
the cogs
again.
and the gears. I went to church, please. So
I don't know what I just wanted to hear you.
Okay, you just wanted to hear him. So he needs to be that oil between those two cogs and just make everything flow well. So a good manager that won't cause a friction between the NBBF and the players, and we also want to see that friction between him and the NBBF, and we also pray the NBBF actually also do their job well when it comes to payments, when it comes to actually giving the boys what they need, giving the coaches what they need, because he needs the full support of the NBBF if we want this to work. If we want something at least close to beating USA, I don't know, maybe, but we can't do it. If we could do it then, who says we can't do it now? It's still possible. Mike Brown did it. Who says David Fisdale, if given the right tools, can't do it as well? To maybe even go for that. And right now, I think the next window that we have is the 2027. Is it the World Cup or the AfroBasket qualifiers?
The FIBA AfroBasket qualifiers.
The AfroBasket qualifiers.
No, the FIBA World Cup African qualifiers.
The FIBA World Cup African qualifiers. Yeah. We're taking Tunisia, we're taking Uganda there. I think as well. We're also taking Angola as well too. So Angola, it's going to be on their home soil. Of course, they're going to be a challenge. You look at Tunisia, one of the big powerhouses.
Add Guinea to that list.
Guinea as well to that list as well too. So Rwanda too, so there as well too. So you're looking at taking out Angola and the Tigers. They're going to be a very big step up for the man, and we'll see that those qualifiers, those games will set the tone for what Nigeria is meant to be, or how Nigeria is meant to play for the next 4-5 years, if given the right. Then you have to look at also the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. That's also one of the big pictures. We want to see what Nigeria can do as well, to the Tigers can do as well. So we saw what the Tigers did and the last Olympics. Who says that the Tigers can't do? Right now, we need to see a step up from our men when it comes to basketball. The Tigers have already done theirs 6 times FIBA AfroBasket champions when it comes to playing on the continent. They've gone to Europe. They've played with the big girls. We saw them against France. We saw them against Germany, against South Korea. We saw them in the preseason, or you see the preseason game playing against the WNBA teams. So you see 3 losses, but 3 valuable losses because they've learned from there. That's what we also need to see for the Tigers. We need all these big games. Musa Kida and the rest of the NBBF board. We need all these games that will prep them for this next window. Games, I don't know if it's obviously not going to be, well, it's possible you can play teams that are not in the playoffs at this point in time, play them during preseason to just test your mental against the big boys from the United States. And then we also need good scouting, because you have to look at what the Tigers are doing now. We've already gotten 3 or 4 girls from college basketball who want to switch allegiance to play for Nigeria. We see how we've convinced them. The good scouting as well to there, because you need good players to match with a good coach. So for Mike Brown, very fantastic job he's done. For Fizdale, it's a big work ahead. Is a big work ahead of him to fill in the shoes of your predecessor, to fill in the shoes of Mike Brown, as you've said, and to try and surpass the man. There's a lot of work. This is one of the biggest jobs on the continent when it comes to international coaching. He said he might have got many offers. We don't know what kind of offers he might have gotten, but I'm sure a man of that
just
caliber,
like Eric Chell had offers.
Yeah. We don't know what kind of offers he might have gotten, but a man of that, at least that's pedigree. The man has the CV to back himself up. He could be the head coach of any team in the BAL. Petro Luanda, Al Ali, Al Tripoli. He could take any of them, and he could take them that far, but he decided to take his expertise to the Tigers, to Nigeria, and I just hope that Nigeria does not happen to him.
All right, we will definitely come back to some of these stories in basketball. We'll come back to basketball, but let's switch our attentions to the European side of things on other sports. But before we do that, let me just give you the lineups of the games set to kick off in the Premier League in about the next 7 minutes. Yeah, 3 games of key importance. Newcastle United travel to the City Ground to face Nottingham Forest, and I do have the lineups, and I'll give that to you right away. Marcels is in goal for Nottingham Forest. They start with a 3-4-2-1 formation. They've got Jer, Nikola Milenkovic, and Murato as the back three. They've got Nico Williams as the right wing back. They've also got Elliot Anderson and Nicola Dominguez as the pivot in midfield. And on the left wing back position is Luca Netz. And up front is Taiwo Awoniyi, but behind him has got Igor Jesus and Delane backward to back him up in an attacking sense of things. For Nottingham Forest on the bench, they've got Stefan Ortega Moreno, Eric Da Silva Moreira, Archie Whitehall, Jimmy Sinclair, Ryan Yates, James McCarthy, Omari Hutchinson, Lorenzo Luca, and Chris Wood. For Newcastle United, we've got Nick Pope in goal, Dan Byrne, Sven Botman, Malik Thiel, and Lewis Hall. That's a back four. And they've got a 3 in midfield of Joe Linton, Sandro Tonali, and Bruno Guimaraes. Up front, they've got Will Osula, Nick Voltemada, and Jacob Murphy on the bench. Aaron Ramsdale is there, Kieran Trippier, Alex Murphy, Jacob Ramsey, Joe Willock, Johan Vissa, Anthony Gordon, Anthony Elanga, and Harvey Barnes. Another game is at Tottenham Burnley against Aston Villa. For Burnley, they've got the man known as Max Weiss in goal, Kyle Walker, Axel Twansebe, Maxime Steve, and Lucas Pires. That's a back four, by the way. They play with a 4-2-3-1 formation. Florentino Lewis and Leslie Ugochukwu is the midfield pivot. Up front, they've got Lum Chuana, Hannibal Mejbri, Jaden Anthony, and Gian Fleming to lead the line up front. For Aston Villa, by the way, they've got Emi Martinez in goal, Ian Matson, Tyron Mings, Ezri Konsa, and Mati Cash as the back four. In midfield, they've got Ross Barkley and Victor Nelson Lindelof also slots in there. Up front is Oli Watkins, but behind him has got Morgan Rogers, Yuri Tillemans, and John McGinn. On the bench for Aston Villa, they've got Marco Bizot, Lucas Dean, Pau Torres, Emiliano Buendia, Douglas Luiz, Lamare Bogard, Jadon Sancho, Leon Bailey, and Tammy Abraham. At the Aston Villa side with the coach Unai Emery, who has led them to a Europa League final. For relegated Burnley, by the way, on the bench, they've got Martin Dubravka, Quincy Dilly-Hartman, Bashir Humphreys, James Ward-Prowse, Josh Lawrence, Jacob Brun-Larsen, Lau Foster, Zeki Amduni, and Armando Broja. Just one more to tell you about is at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace against Everton in goal for Palace. By the way, this Palace team also have reached a Europa final in Europe. They will be playing in the Conference League final. They've got Dean Henderson in goal, Chris Richards, Maxence Lacroix, and JD Canvert as the back three. In midfield, they've got Adam Wharton and Daichi Kamada as wing-backs. They've got Tariq Mitchell and Daniel Munoz up front. It's Jacob Brun-Larsen, Georgian Strand-Larsen, by the way, Brennan Johnson, and Ismail Assar. On the bench for Crystal Palace, Walter Benitez, Nathaniel Klein, Chadi Riyad, Rio Cardenas, Jefferson Lerma, Will Hughes, Justin Devaney, Jeremy Pino, and Jean-Philippe Mateta. For Everton, hey, they did the good and the Lord's work On Monday, when they held Manchester City to a 3-0 draw, they will be starting with this team. Jordan Pickford in goal, Vitaly Mikolenko, Michael Keane, James Tarkowski and Jacob Bryan as the back four. In midfield, they've got James Garner, Team Iregbunam. Up front is Beto, but behind him has got Iliman Njai, Kenan Gisby Hall and Mark Merlin Roll. On the bench for Everton, they've got Mark Travis, Nathan Patterson, Seamus Coleman, Dwight McNeil, Tyler Diblin, Carlos Alcaraz, Harrison Armstrong. Carlos Alcaraz, by the way, not the tennis guy. Harrison Armstrong, Tiano Barry, and Tyreek George. And we'll definitely give you updates and keep you up to speed as it does happen in the Premier League before the big one by 4:30, which is at the London Stadium, West Ham United against Arsenal Football Club. Let's move to other sports stories on the international scene. Let's start with a bit of contact sports, and let's start with the MMA.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Suzanne Sanadad scores it 48-47, Chimaev. Salvador D'Amato scores it 48-47, Strickland. And Eric Ho scores the contest 48-47 for the winner by split decision.
All right, Sean Strickland won the UFC middleweight championship of the world for the second time in his career on Saturday night, defeating Khamzat Chimaev by split decision in UFC 328. Now, Strickland, who won 2 scorecards, 48-47, while Chimaev took the other scorecard at 48-47 in front of a crowd of 17,783 fans at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey. It was Chimaev's first professional defeat after 16 bouts. American Strickland, the second former middleweight to regain the title, mimed putting the belt around his waist after the 5th round ended to wrap a fight where neither fighter ever seemed in serious danger. He had help with his shiny new fashion accessory when Chimaev did the honors for him inside the cage. It was an attritional bout that never rose to the levels of the bad-tempered build-up. And also, as that final paragraph was what I'll sum it as. It was a very, very bad-tempered, hot-tempered build-up to this fight at UFC 320. But when they got into the cage, it was something different. You know, even after the fight, you talk about sportsmanship, and Chimaev was obviously putting the belt around Strickland's waist. But first of all, your thoughts? Strickland winning the UFC middleweight championship, second time in his career. It did happen on Saturday night.
Yeah, I think 2 of the biggest names when it has to do with the middleweight class right there in the UFC, this UFC 328. And you could look at it and say Sean just had to use his abilities to his best in that particular one. You know very well that Khamzat Chimaev is one grapple king. He knows how to put you to the submission and hold you onto it. You saw what he did to Dricus du Plessis before this particular bout or fight, and you could say that he's one man that if he gets to hold you at a point where you cannot let yourself lose, then it's over. But you could see that Sean actually used his own abilities to his best applications to ensure that he gets the victory from this particular one. Sean Strickland, is one man who is very good with the defense as well as the strikes, so he was able to put that one to use, and that was what gave him the victory at the end of the day. I think two of the best fighters in the UFC, Keda, you could see that there's a similarity between this fight. In fact, both fights took place on the same day, talking about this particular one and the one between Daniel Dubois and Fabio Wadley. You could see the person who got defeated taking the upper hand, and at the end of the day there was that switch. Exactly, that's what happened. Chimov came in really guns blazing. He came in the very first round looking to dominate, but as the rounds continued to go, you could see that there was a turning point where Strickland had to come through. He now understood that Chimov wants to make use of his strongest point, being his grapples, and he was able to keep him away from having those crucial locks with clean strikes going through that particular fight. So it was a beautiful one. Strickland coming back again to claim the title. It's been beautiful for him. I fell in love with this man, most especially when he dealt our own Israel Adesanya some huge defeats in their bout there. It was actually a knockout in that particular one, and I could say this man has got it up his sleeves. He's somebody that could come back at any time to hold on to this one. At the age of 35, he's coming back into it again, getting to the top of it all. I think it's one thing that deserves commendation at this point. So I really enjoyed that particular fight yesterday. Two of the strongest of hands in the middleweight coming toe to toe, head to head, and I love the way it all ended after that fifth round final push. Getting to the point where they had to let everyone know that, listen, this is just, we might fight, but this is just for the entertainment purpose. This is just to make the revenues come in. There is no hard feeling. There is no bad blood in it. And you could see Chimov come through, as you said, putting the belt around Strickland and making sure that all things go down pretty well. What next for him is what I don't really know right now, but he's definitely going to enjoy this one for some time before maybe a challenger could come up again. But it was a beautiful fight, as I said before. Absolute wrestling defense coming from Strickland, striking volumes at its best coming from him, and you could also see that thanks to the fact that Chimov had some sort of fatigue right after the second round, that was why Strickland had to take the upper hand in that one. But taking nothing away from him, it was a beautiful fight, a beautiful fighter in Sean Strickland, and congratulations to him on this one.
I mean, the UFC hired extra security. Dana White described it as top 3 heated rivalries of all time, but it wasn't as hard hitting as you have wanted it to be. It's almost like, do you believe in most of these guys doing some of these face-offs during fight week and all of these theatrics just to draw more attention?
I think so. Yeah, it's not really all. For most of them, it's just for the buzz. I remember the fight between the exhibition fight between.
There was no significant strike in round 1.
Yes, no significant strike in round 1. So, but the thing is this. Most of these pre-fight activities is just for the buzz. If you remember clearly, the fight between Iron Mike Tyson and then Jake Paul, you could see Jake Paul in the face-off and the pre-fight activities. You could see Jake Paul wanting to let everybody know that, see, this thing, somebody must die right here. You understand? It's just for the buzz, for you to really come out and understand that. Oh, that means it's going to be a cracker. It's going to be a bloody one, if I may use that. But at the end of the day, these guys are all in the market trying to fetch for what to buy. That's exactly how it is. I'm not saying that there are no real bad blood situations. They are because in every sport you must find things like this. Even in the ones you don't call the contact sports, in tennis you still have huge rivalry where they could even get down to exchanging punches if allowed to do so. But in boxing it's well expected, it's well welcomed, but should be on a positive note, and a note that doesn't cause harm to any of the parties. But it is what it is at this point. Good enough, as I said, they went at the end of it all, showing everyone that we're just here for the entertainment as well as raise the resources.
All right, let's quickly race through to another contact sport. Let's move to the squared circle. Let's hear now what we have from boxing.
Official time, 28 seconds of round number 11. Our referee in charge, Howard Foster, steps in to stop the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout. And new WBO heavyweight champion of the world, Triple D, Daniel to see the respect between the pair. They shared souls tonight.
It was almost like a lot of the belts in contact sports were changing hands. By the way, that was Daniel Dubois being crowned the new WBO heavyweight champion of the world in boxing. And in case you missed that fight, I've got you covered.
From the opening bell. 1, 2, 3. So gutsy. One, two's down the line. Still trying to throw here, Wardley. Oh, an uppercut back from Wardley. And the two of them have a shootout. Wardley backs out of it. Oh, it's extraordinary. Bell takes it. 50 left in the ninth round. And here comes the Ipswich man. Back comes the Londoner. Howard Foster having a closer look. Oh, right uppercut. Oh, that's it right out from Dubois. He nearly goes. In this crazy sport, that's it right now. Daniel Dubois is world heavyweight champion all over again. What a story! Triple D and the team celebrate.
All right, Daniel Dubois defeated Fabio Wardley by stoppage to become WBO World Heavyweight Champion in an incredible 11-round epic at the Co-op Live Arena in Manchester. Now, defending champion Wardley started the fight at pace with 2 knockdowns in the first 3 rounds, including his first in the opening 10 seconds of the bout. But Dubois' power was too much for Wardley as his dangerous right hook caused serious damage to his blood-covered opponent. And now Dubois came close to a stoppage victory in the 6th round, leaving Wardley reeling on the ropes, but he sealed the deal in the 11th when a flurry of late punches forced the referee Howard Foster to wave off the bout. Victor, I'm sure you saw that fight between Daniel Dubois and Fabio Wardley. What a contest we had in Manchester last night. And there was a viral clip of the coach of Daniel Dubois slapping him after one of the rounds. And after that particular round, Daniel Dubois came out like a man on fire. He slapped him twice, by the way. I don't know if that was something to spur him on. I mean, when you want to start generator these days, sometimes you have to just, drag a couple of times. He slapped him twice. I don't know if that was a way to encourage him, but if that was the way, it did work, because now he's now crowned the WBO champion of the world.
Sometimes before in local parlance we say push and start. You need to push something before it gets to start. But yesterday it wasn't the normal usual clean Dubois performance where we just feel it's a roller coaster where he just goes there and does his thing and get the win. We saw how intense it was. We saw how even the opening 10 seconds of the fight was like, if you take your eyes off this, then you're missing a lot. We saw how brutal it was because believe me, it's been long we had this kind of fight, a fight where for the neutrals it was something worth their money, because you going out there for every boxing fan, you just understand that Dubois is just going to get this win. It might not even take long, and it won't even be that stressful. But we saw that Wardley was up there, and he was up for the tax there. So Wardley came in with pace. He came in with the aggression. You could see everything, the genuine power. He imposed himself very early on in the fight, and he showed that yes, it might be a big name, but this fight won't just go according to the way it is on paper. I need to show that yes, I want to be up there. I want to, even if I get to lose the fight, let it be that I lost while trying. So, and you could see, I feel his greatest weapon. I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's happening here. But something permit me to go to shift a bit till that final stage. So I feel this is a wake up call. This is a wake up call for Dubois that the higher he goes, the likelier that he may get to face tougher tests, even from the unknown fighters. Those fighters that we feel are not up there, but they do have a surprise in their sleeve. So I feel this is a good one. Getting to be the champion at this point is it shows that there's something he's doing out there. There's something he's doing there, even in there on the training. There's something that he's doing that is what's looking at, because I remember those times when we had the likes of Usyk, we had the likes of Anthony Joshua. We just knew that these men, when they come up in fight, we just knew that they were the clear favorites. But having someone of Dubois currently, we believe me, most of us will want to see those fights where Anthony Joshua comes in back into the ring and takes on someone like Daniel Dubois, because fights like last night, we don't pray for it to end. We just want to see those fights linger on and on and on, and that's the beauty of the game. That's the beauty of the fight, where you get to see an unknown fighter come up to give you something remarkable. He may be on the losing side at the end, but let it be that he lost not because of the fact that he didn't try, but because there was a superior force. Maybe the opponent was way much better than what he could put out.
All right, so let's hear from the man of the moment. Let's hear from Daniel Dubois.
Thank God for a great fight. Thank Fabio for being an absolute warrior. Thank God, what a fight we had. What a warrior he is, and came through that test. Coming off the back of a loss, I was a bit nervy to start off with and a bit all over the place, but I pulled it together and got the victory.
Right, Fabio Wardley could decide to enforce an immediate rematch with Daniel Dubois after his loss in the WBO heavyweight title picture in an epic fight in Manchester. Now, Dubois was crowned as the new WBO champion after climbing up the canvas twice to stop Wardley in the 11th round of a brutal all-British clash on Saturday night. But promoter Frank Warren confirmed that a rematch clause had been inserted in the fight contract, meaning that Wardley could activate a return bout after losing the WBO belt in his first defense. So before I hear from you on this, let's listen to Warren, who described what an incredible fight we saw in Manchester last night.
I mean, it was just the most amazing fight, and I loved every second of it. I mean, it's a privilege to be involved and see two gladiators like that giving everything, bearing their soul, their fighting heart, their spirit. And it's a shame in a fight like that you've got to have a loser, but it was just a magnificent spectacle.
All right. Over here was Frank Warren, by the way, enjoying the spectacle he did see yesterday. What a fight we saw. But what does the future hold for both these men? There's a rematch clause in the contract before this fight.
Yeah.
And for Daniel Dubois, does he look ahead? Does he say, no, I want Alexander Usyk? Or does he look the other way? Does he face Ajit Kabayel, who was watching from ringside and also voiced his future to face Daniel Dubois? What's in the works? What's in the window for Daniel Dubois? Is the rematch more likely than even any future occurrence of getting into the squared circle that doesn't involve these two men?
I think it's going to be the rematch first of all before they look and try to settle with other fights. You have to look at Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury. There's a rematch clause there, and after Usyk took the belt, they had the rematch. Alexander Usyk still won. So I think they are going to focus on that more. But they're going to give Ward enough time to recuperate, because you look at that 11 rounds, and from the 6th round or so, it was just Wardley pounding the I say Wardley, it was just Daniel Dubois pounding Wardley back and forth. And you have to just look at his face was just smashed up, the blood was almost the Tama too is looking to step up his game. He's looking for who can actually challenge him. The man has gone unbeaten so far, rising in the world of boxing. You want to take all those big names. Daniel Dubois might be the next, or Alexander Usyk might be the next. So you just don't know what could happen this year in boxing. It's just full of surprises. But that match, that, as you said, 11 rounds of epic boxing, and we hope to see more of that when we do get the rematch. But as Frank Warren has said, it's going to be likely that we do get these two men to step into the squares ring once again to duke it out and see who will be crowned the WBO champion and end this rivalry between both of them.
Also, Ajit Kabayel is the WBC interim title holder. He remains unbeaten. He did win against Damian Kniba in January.
Okay, I'll start with this. Everybody wants to actually go at Alexander Usyk right now, even Portable. Yeah, he wants to go at Alexander Usyk. But the thing is that there are processes.
He's gonna send him back to the zoo.
But the truth here is that these things, there are processes to it. Yeah, before it gets down there. Agit Kabayel is the number one contender for the WBC. Yeah. He's the number one contender there. And for the WBC, which is one of the belts, he's the number one contender there. And for the WBC, which is one of the belts held by Alexander Usyk, he's going to be up against Rico in that one. And that, if he beats Rico, then he would be open to Agit Kabayel coming up against him for that WBC belt. I think that's the one that has to be settled first before the WBO challenge could come in from Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois is currently the WBO champion, holding it for a second time. But there is a WBO interim challenger who would definitely want to look at that belt to challenge him before maybe he could leave the WBO to challenge for the WBC, which is being held by Alexander Usyk at this point. First off, he needs to look at that rematch, because it's part of the contractual agreements before the fight between himself and Fabio Wadley at this point. So these are processes that would have to go through. First of all, for Daniel Dubois, I think he should concentrate on a rematch. Daniel needs to go back and think. He needs to go back and rewatch this match. Yeah, he did win it, but he wasn't explicitly the best of them all for the night.
He got slapped back into the match.
Back to the canvas in the first round and in the third round. So that goes a long way to tell you that I think the man had to dig deep. He had to survive on.
I think you remember. There's what the
Gen Zs usually call it. He had to think and dig deep to survive on H2O and Ishiala at that point. Yes, because already it was quite clear.
You're forgetting the slap. I keep adding the slap.
Yeah, the slap.
Coach.
That's why I'm calling it H2O and Ishiala. That's what brought him back, because from the first round, it looked like Fabio Wadley was going to take him to the cleaners because his footwork wasn't. In fact, he's not somebody who is good with the footwork. He's just a power puncher. really hard puncher. And that was what he thought. He's very good with the jabs, talking about Daniel Dubois. So he had to go back, reevaluate himself after the third round, and knew that, see, I need to start jabbing this guy. I need to start giving him these jabs, those right hooks and left jabs. And that was what won that particular bout for him. Fabio, you can see that Fabio, even if he has gone undefeated up to that point where he lost yesterday, who are the fighters that Fabio had come up against? You could find out that his notable wins are just Joseph Parker, Justice Huni, and Frazier Clark. Not too much for you to say this man has garnered experience so much that he could be able to go up against a Daniel Dubois who has come up against the one-time unified heavyweight title holder in Alexander Usyk on a back-to-back base. He has also beaten Anthony Joshua, one man with so much experience compared to Fabio Wadley. In the build-up to this one, he said it. He said Wadley is a very good fighter, but the truth is he hasn't come up against really, really tough oppositions that could take him to the extreme and actually make him understand that, the undefeated stats that I have is because I've not really come up against somebody that could take me to the cleaners. And that's what Daniel did yesterday. He made easy of Wadley just because he has got better experience than Wadley at this point. So Daniel needs to go back and think. I don't think he needs to rush. You asked me what's in it for him going forward. I don't think he needs to rush to start pointing a finger at Alexander Usyk. Usyk is a bit far away from him right now. See, he should look at what's right in front of him, which is, number one, going back and re-evaluating the fight yesterday. You can't go down 2 times on the canvas against an Usyk and hope that you will stand up. You will not stand up. Yes, you can't go down 2 times against a Tyson Fury, let's say in his A days, and hope that you will stand up. You won't stand up. You can't go down 2 times against an Anthony Joshua in his A days. Even this currently now, you can't go down against Moses Itauma and hope that he will stand up. Yeah, so if that sinks into Daniel Dubois, he needs to start thinking and ask himself, why did I start poorly? Why did I have round 1, which is supposed to be the round where I pulled through with all the energy that I've got coming into this bout? How did I start it off poorly? Then correct those mistakes, most likely before the rematch between himself and Fabio Wadley, because that rematch has to be for him to be confirmed as he's the WBO champion, heavyweight champion right now. But anything could happen. If that bout goes south, the rematch, if it goes south, he vacates the belt. So he rematch that I can now say that I am fully the WBO heavyweight champion. Then look out for anybody who is going to challenge me, being the number 1 interim challenger to the WBO belt. So these are the ways it will go. First, let's look at the rematch. Get the rematch. Be rest assured that you have the belt to yourself. Then look at who is coming up behind you as the WBO challenger. You look if it's possible that a bout will be set. Then you can now, after that, start looking at, fine, let's explore our options into other heavyweight belts that are there for the taking, WBC, maybe IBF if possible. But for now, I think he needs to take one step at a time. He has just gotten back at the WBO Heavyweight Championship. He's now the champion. So definitely he's in the eyes of many, many persons at this point. And I'm still asking, what is Burnley playing for? I don't know, but they seem to be taking the fight to Aston Villa at this point. But yeah, back to what I was saying, Som, to see. That's what he needs to do. He's in the eyes of many persons right now, but he needs to take the step one at a time. He's not there yet in Daniel Dubois. He's not there yet. He needs certain sharpening to ensure that when he comes up against the best, he won't go crying at the end. But big congratulations to him after this particular one.
All right, so we're still doing a roundup on other sports before we move to some football stories. Obviously, there's a lot to cover. Let's move through every blade of grass. We can still discuss some tennis and, of course, some basketball, but not before that. Let's move to Formula One. And I want you to have a listen to this. Obviously, there's a little bit of break in the Formula One season, but hey, question marks about the Mercedes driver, George Russell, and the fast-rising Kimi Antonelli.
want Montreal to come next weekend if I was George Russell. I wouldn't want to be waiting a couple of weeks dwelling on what happened in Miami. If it's on the world feed of it, the reassurance that comes from the pit wall, the guidance that comes from the pit wall. He's got an excellent, comfort blanket, safety net, coach, advisor, guru, whatever you want to call it, in his corner. And Bono is, and how to take the pressure of it. He is the perfect man for Kimi Antonelli. And this new partnership, it's not just George against Kimi, it's George against a partnership there. And that's going to take some cracking.
Uvi, I'll start with you. Is there a little bit of an internal rivalry between George Russell and Kimi Antonelli? Kimi Antonelli, by the way, has won back-to-back races, China and Japan. And George Russell did take the first race of the season in Australia. And also, don't forget that Kimi Antonelli, I said back-to-back, make that 3 successive races, by the way, please. He did win in Miami. And there's the Canada Grand Prix coming up. And that's where George Russell has a bit of success. He won there last year. And if he doesn't win there this year, you're going to be looking at a potential quadruple of wins for Kimi Antonelli at this stage of the season. I don't think he was probably on the same level as George Russell. He wasn't probably the favorite in everybody's minds when the season did start. But it seems like the way, just like the experts have analyzed what should happen in Canada, which is very, very important for George Russell, Kimi Antonelli in Canada, a win is going to be very massive for him. And a loss for George Russell at this stage of the season is going to be utterly disastrous, especially if Antonelli does win that race.
Canada coming up next for the Mercedes franchise, and what's happening there. I think for every one of us, we're loving Kimi and all his exploits. We're loving him breaking the record. Possibly going to be the youngest F1 champion.
But he's not the poster driver of Mercedes.
He's not the poster. That does not mean when Hamilton came into when Hamilton came into Mercedes, coming from McLaren into the Mercedes, he was not meant to be the poster, but they just expected him to just try and keep up. But the man took them by storm and went top and fired. Even when he first came into McLaren, coming from F2, people didn't really expect him to do that, but he still did it. So that's how Formula One works. You don't expect them to be the poster boy, but both of them have the same car. They have the same engine. We saw the first race in Australia after George won. We saw how happy he was. He was saying, "I love this car." From the team radio, I love this car. I was telling someone, from now on, season has ended. There was no need to watch it because George was going to dominate.
It seemed like it was going to. He was written to dominate.
He said that he was like, "I love this car. I love this engine." We didn't go on break then. Then look at the next race, China. Kimi won. That was fine. I think he finished on the podium. George finished on the podium. There was no problem. There was no problem there. We also know that there was a little issue when it came to the strategy and all. He finished second. Yes, Lewis Hamilton finished third. That was Hamilton's first podium for Ferrari. I think. Yes, that was his first podium for Ferrari. Then came the next race. That was Japan. Kimi still dominated again too, and you're wondering what's happening to George Russell, because now he falls off the top 3. He finishes 4th. You look at the next race now, after Bahrain and Saudi, we now head to Miami. It feels like, okay, you can get at least something from this one, because now we've gone on the whole break. Everyone has recuperated. They've worked on their mistakes and all, and George still finishes 4th. In fact, the McLarens that were falling back catch up. Lando Norris and Oscar catch up. People that their first 2 races, they couldn't do anything in their first 2 races, and now they've caught up with the rest of the group, with the rest of the pack. Faster than the McLarens, faster than the Ferraris. The Red Bulls too are catching up from Miami. Now we head to Canada. It means a lot to George Russell both mentally and also in the drivers' championship race, because you do not want to be upped by a 19-year-old that was meant to play second fiddle to you. We said it coming into this season that George was favourite. Everyone said it. George Russell was the favourite to win. This was going to be his season. At least, even if he would struggle, it would be against maybe the McLarens. But we didn't expect him to. We didn't expect to see him struggling against a 19-year-old Italian during his second stint in the Mercedes car. His second season in Formula One. We didn't expect this year. You see the new rules and everything, but it favored the Mercedes. So what's happening? What's happening is he has been outraced. It's not about an engine issue. We know they've called
by a 19-year-old.
Yes, he's been outraced, and it's not just him; it's the whole grid. They are being outraced by a 19-year-old. We saw the last race in Miami, and the boy could run. We know his stats are not good, and the McLaren, the Mercedes car now, it's a car that if it's ahead of you, it's going to be out, especially if it's in clean air. That means if they are first or they are first, they're driving in clean air. There's no car in front of them, or there's no car maybe like 4 maybe like 2 seconds ahead of them. They're driving in clean air. They are hard to catch up and hard to close the gap. But now we've seen that people can still close the gap. We saw it with McLaren's, and just 0.something tenth of a second separating Lando Norris and Kimi Antonelli. You saw the final race, how thin the margin was when it came to speed between them. So what is now the difference? The difference is Kimi is actually outracing Lewis Hamilton, he's outracing Max Verstappen, he's outracing George Russell, he's outracing the two McLarens. Strategy comes into play, yes, but I don't think strategy is the only factor you have to put into this season, especially what Kimi is doing. Kimi is outracing them. You could see the little maneuvers he was doing against the McLarens, and I was wondering, oh boy, now your second season in Formula One, why did they drive like, see, they said, go out there, and if you don't drive well, we won't give you a Mercedes contract. Like, bro, you already have the contract, you already have the second seat secured. Reminds me of Stephen Smith, the NBA analyst in Takedown, in Takedown, when he was talking about Anthony Edwards, how he described him. He said a 20-year-old that is paid $1 million. When he's on the court, he's playing like he's broke. That is how Kimi is driving. He's driving like he's broke. So it's about George now upping his game, because he's not just falling behind Kimi, he's falling behind the rest of the pack. It was by luck that he finished fourth. If not looking at what happened to Charles Leclerc during the last lap of the race, where he spun out, and then Lando, Oscar, and Max caught up with him and made him pay for his mistake. If not, and Aston Villa have gotten the equalizer, Oli Watkins. Well, still talking about the race, he caught up with them. If not, George might have finished 7th. He might have finished 6th. So every car almost looks equal now, at least for the top four. For the top four franchises, at least now, this for Miami that we saw, I think it was kind of equal, because when we first started, Oscar fell off the pack. Charles Leclerc was in front. Yes, we know it finished P1, P2. P1 was Kimi, P2 was Max Verstappen. Max spun out during the start. That's why he fell back, but he was able to catch up. If not, maybe it might have turned out differently. But you just have to look at strategy came into play. There was a time that Max was in front. There was a time that Kimi had to play catch up to Max. Kimi had to play catch up to Lando and the rest, and he did it. He caught up with them. You just have to look at these guys are good when it comes to defending. They've been in Formula One when it comes to 4, 5 years. They know this game better than Kimi. They know the tracks better than Kimi. This is the second time Kimi is going around this track at full, because in F2 it might be the same track, but it's not the same length, it's not the same distance. But you have to look at what Kimi is doing his second season, and he's already understood these tracks as well as.
So just to give a follow-up update on the update you dropped. By the way, that goal for Aston Villa has been ruled out for offside. Please do keep up with your thoughts.
Just by a foot.
Very tight it is.
Just by a foot. Just a foot ahead. And he'll be cursing while he has long legs. But for George Russell, it's also a big chance to also step up, because now you're looking at the Drivers' Championship and how it's actually playing out. He's currently just 20 points behind Kimi Antonen, who has 100 points, and he needs just a win and Kimi to finish maybe, or he just needs Kimi to not even finish the race, and he catches up with Kimi. But I don't think that's going to be possible. It's the only way is to keep on winning. As he's the front runner. Everyone still has in the back. I still have in the back of my mind that he's still going to catch up. But does he have the mentality that he's going to catch up? Because the man is looking frustrated. We could see the radio messages when he came to China. During the strategies, he was complaining. And I was like, why are you complaining about strategy? Is it his fault that he decided to take the safety car window and the team? Yes, we know the team will do that, but you're going to talk with the engineers, and no, it's not Kimi's fault that Kimi is actually good this season. The boy is just driving. That's just what he's just doing. And I like that he's not focused on the championship. He knows that what I just need to do is just keep on driving, and we'll see how everything plays out. He got his first win, he got his second win, got his third win, back to back. We've not seen this in a very. Aston Villa have decided.
We're just gonna keep giving counter updates for counter.
I've decided
Aston Villa have equalized again.
So come Canada, there are still going to be more changes made. Especially from the middle pack, you're looking at Alpine, you're looking at the Haas, who have actually fallen off, especially from what happened in the last race in Miami. They actually fell off. We are still not expecting anything at all from any of the Cadillac and the Aston Martin and the Red Bull. You have to look at Alpine, the Audis, especially Alpine that had a DNF. For the Red Bull, they've stepped up their game with the new changes to the car. I know they had a new rear wing coming into Miami. It was good. I know they had a good qualifying. Too bad Isaac crashed out, had the DNF. Max spun during the first lap of the race and fell back. But then you have to look at the other cars. Ferrari, Williams have been okay this season as a mid car. We'll have to see more improvements from them. They finished on the points so far. As I said, Haas need improvements. Oliver Behrman and Esteban Ocon. This is not the same team. There's a point Esteban Ocon almost finished. I say Oliver Behrman almost finished on the podiums last season. Almost finished on the podiums last season, if not for a little strategy, the misplaced strategy. But all in all, is to look forward to Canada, to look forward to the big races, the big names. We are still waiting for a win for Lewis Hamilton. But talking about the Ferrari, it's good. Talk about more problems, because I just don't understand how Ferrari actually operates their car anymore, actually run their stuff. Because you look at Australia, it looks good and all. That was where we saw the new changes. We saw back-to-back racing between Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton. We'll not even talk about the Mercedes then, because George and Kimi were long gone. They were long gone. But you look at Kimi, you look at Charles, and you look at Lewis. We had back-to-back racing, back-to-back overtakes just between those two drivers alone. One finished third, one finished fourth. Came China, Lewis Hamilton getting his first podium in a tight race between him and Charles Leclerc. It was fine, it was fantastic. Japanese Grand Prix as well too. Charles Leclerc finished third. For Lewis Hamilton finished sixth. So a drop in performance for them, but at least the Ferraris were still okay. Now, it came after the break, came to Miami Grand Prix. and you look at it, 6th and 8th finishes. We know something's happened during the latter stages of the race, but all in all, it wasn't a fine race from Ferrari. Strategy wise and driving wise, it wasn't a fine race. They might have done well in the practice and the qualifiers, but when you get to the main race, it's always that's where you need to put the icing on the cake for racing weekend, and they just couldn't finish that. Mercedes did it, the Red Bull did it. Now Canada, there's going to be big changes made. Can they keep up with all this? Ferrari spotted a new rear wing. Red Bull spotted a new rear wing. Only one of them finished close to the podium. Only one of them performed, you see, really better in that race. At least a step up from their previous season. There's still lots of races. We've still got 20 or so races left in this season to still catch up. But it's still anybody's race. It's still anybody's race. Kimi can fall off during the second half of the season. We saw it for Lando. He fell off. George can still catch up. Charles can still catch up. Lando can still catch up. Oscar can still catch up. Everyone can still catch up. Well, I don't know about the mid-teams from Haas and Racing Bulls and the rest. But you're looking at the Ferraris, the Red Bull drivers, the Mercedes drivers. Everyone can still catch up to be that top spot. But now, can they outrace Kimi? Can they outdrive Kimi? Can the engineers outwork the Mercedes? That's the question we need to ask. But come Canada, I think all those questions will be answered.
Well, I'll come back to you on basketball just before we wrap things up on the other sports side of things. But I just want to give an update on tennis. Top-ranked Arina Sabalenka, she suffered a shock third-round loss to Sorana Sister at the Italian Open, as the defending champion Jasmine Paolini also made an early exit. Sabalenka appeared to be cruising to victory while leading by a set and 2-love, but the 26th ranked sister stormed back to triumph 2-6, 6-3, 7-5. Was a first win over a world number one for the 36-year-old Romanian who was playing her final pro season. It was the second straight surprise exit for Sabalenka, who was upset by American Hailey Baptiste in the Madrid Open quarterfinals last week. And sister now will progress to play Linda Noskova in the last 16. Meanwhile, for defending champion Jasmine Paolini, she was eliminated after the Italian wasted 3 match points in a 4-6, 7-6, 6-3 loss to Elise Mertens, while third seed Cory Kokogov survived a significant scare before eventually beating Argentinian Solana Sierra 5-7, 6-love, 6-4. Yannick Sinner made a successful start to his bid to win all 9 Masters 1000 events and complete the career Golden Masters by beating Austria's Sebastian Offner 6-3, 6-4 in the second round. The top seed and world number one made history last week in Madrid by becoming the first player to lift the winner's trophy at 5 straight ATP Masters 1000 events, having also triumphed in Paris, Indian Wells, Miami and Monte Carlo in recent months. A career Golden Masters will put him alongside Novak Djokovic as the only player to achieve the feat since the series began in 1990. Elsewhere, British involvement in this year's event ended with Cameron Norrie, as he was eliminated after a 6-3, 7-5 loss to Argentina's Thiago Agustin Tirante in the second round. Ben Shelton's struggles on clay continued as the 50 lost 6-4, 6-7, 6-3 to Georgian qualifier Nicolas Basiashvili, while world number 5 Felix Auger-Aliassime struggled with a leg issue in a straight sets defeat to Mariano Navones. 7th seed Daniil Medvedev advanced via walkover after Thomas Markak pulled out due to illness. Novak Djokovic, meanwhile, suffered a shock defeat to a Croatian qualifier 18 years younger than him at the Italian Open in his first match back after 2 months out with a shoulder injury. The 20-year-old Dino Prismic battled back from a set down to defeat the record 24-time Grand Slam champion 2-6, 6-2, 6-4. Victor, before I come to you on a bit of controversy in tennis, Osas, I want to get your thoughts on everything that has been happening in the Italian Open in the women's side and in the men's side. Arina Sabalenka out again. She's taking a hit ahead of the next Grand Slam of the year, the French Open. It's not been a rosy road after she won the Sunshine Double. It's not been a rosy road en route to what we're going to be having over at the Roland Garros later in the weeks to come. But she's out. Coco Golf also moving to the next round. Jasmine Paolini also out in this one. And Yannick Sinner, hey, on the road to a career Golden Masters. Unheard of, apart from Novak Djokovic. Your thoughts on everything concerning the Italian Open?
I think it's just a case of the best times for the Italian Yannick Sinner at this point. Let me start from the male side of things. What a period for him. The oppositions are not really stepping up to see how to unseat him. His arch rival these days, being Carlos Alcaraz, has not been fit. That's the reason why he has been omitted from some of these ATP 1000 tournaments, as well as probably he could be omitted from the second Grand Slam of the year, being Roland Garros, the French Open. So it's just going to be Yannick Sinner doing this all the way, seeing if he could get through. The man has been on an impeccable form right from I think that was the Indian Wells, if my memory serves me right. He lost the Australian Open. Let me just quickly look at what he has been pulling through since the Australian Open. Yeah, he was defeated in the semis by Novak Djokovic. In the Qatar Open, he was also defeated in the quarters. And after that Qatar Open, it's been Yannick Sinner on fire. Indian Wells, he lost. He defeated Daniel Medvedev in the final of that one. That's making it one ATP tour. Did that in Miami, also defeating Jiri Lehecka in the finals of that one. Doing that Sunshine Double there. We were yet to come out of that one when he went to Monte Carlo and defeated Carlos Alcaraz in straight sets, exhibiting or stamping his dominance this season after the Australian Open. And in the Madrid Open, he made easy of Alexander Zverev in that two-setter there. And now in the Italian Open tomorrow, he'll be up against Alex Popyrin. And Alex Popyrin is one man that he has come of age to know or study or master how to beat in ATP tours, and that's Yannick Sinner for you. Beauty he's having, round of 32. Who's going to be stopping him? I don't think anyone will be stopping Yannick Sinner right now, because if you want to look at those to stop him, Carlos isn't there. Novak has just been knocked out, as you stated, by a pretty young player in Dino Prismic. And you can see it that for Novak Djokovic, when was the last time a teenager knocked out Novak Djokovic? That's clear, telling you that the man is losing steam, and there is every possibility that he won't be the Novak that we used to know again in the world of tennis. I said it before the start of the season that if Novak doesn't get that 25th Grand Slam that has been eluding him for years now, if he doesn't get it this season, then it's best at saying he might not get it again, because I think after this season it might be very, very difficult for Novak Djokovic to even hold on to a top spot in the world of tennis. And as they do say, you leave when the ovation is highest. That could be the advice given to Novak Djokovic. That is after this season, if he's not able to lay his hands on a Grand Slam to make it 25 and set himself away from the rest of the pack. But it's beautiful to see what's happening from the male side of things. For the female side of things, Aryna Sabalenka has not been herself. The last time she had a victory was in Miami. Yeah, after the Sunshine Doubles, she defeated home favorite Coco Golf in the final of that particular one, and since then she's not been able to hold on to wins in the Grand Slams, or call that ATP tours, following that particular one. Before that Australian Open, she lost to Elena Rybakina. Indian Wells, she got the better of Elena Rybakina in that one. So just Indian Wells and Miami Open out of about 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 outings. That's talking about both the Grand Slam and the ATP, called that WTA tours, this particular period, the WTA 1000 tours, 5, and she was able to win only 2. That's not too good for a world number one. Not at a time where she's not having much of oppositions. I really don't know what is the basic issue with Arina Sabalenka. She looks like someone who should be at the level of Yannick Sinner when we look into the male side of things. For the female side of things, she's got that ferocious nature, that power. She's got the agility in tennis that should make her the Yannick Sinner of the female side, who is in the runnings to compete with her at this point. Iga Swiatek is not in her league right now. Talking about world number 3, Iga Swiatek is not in her league right now. Elena Rybakina, doing big things, but still not in her league. Coco Gauff, she hasn't been in her league in a couple of years right now. So she should have exhumed or exhibited that dominance in the female side of things when it has to do with tennis. But I don't know, at some point she gets to lose concentration, she gets to lose her touch, and at the end of the day you see players that are not supposed to beat Arina Sabalenka beating Arina Sabalenka. The last outing, that was in the Madrid Open, it was Hayla Batiste who did that, and I'm asking, from where would Hayla Batiste come through to defeat Arina Sabalenka in the quarterfinals? It's unusual to see Arina Sabalenka exit a WTA tour in the quarterfinal or a Grand Slam in the quarterfinal, but that happened in the last time, and now again we are seeing Sorano sister exiting her again in the round of 32. And I'm asking, is this how you want to grab Grand Slams? Remember, she hasn't won a Grand Slam this season. We just have 3 more to go. And with this, I'm not sure Sabalenka can get into Roland Garros and win Roland Garros. Remember, that isn't her favorite court. Yes, it's not her favorite court. Talking about the clay court, it's not her favorite court. Her strongest is the hard court, which the Australian Open is one place that of recent she has made a home for herself. It's not her favorite court, talking about the clay court. So if you put up performances like this before the Grand Slam, what happens when we get to France for Roland Garros? There is every possibility that she'll find it difficult against the Queen of Clay. She has changed her team member or team coach right now, the one that actually coached Rafa Nadal at some point. Rafa Nadal is also in the mix. I've seen clips of Iga training with Rafa Nadal, meaning she's getting prepared for the big one on clay. She's the Queen of Clay. Definitely that's her stronghold. If she doesn't win Roland Garros, then it might be difficult for Iga to win any Grand Slam this season. So she's going to have a stiff competition coming from Iga. Forget about what we are seeing right now. Iga at Roland Garros would be definitely different from the Iga that we've been seeing right from the start of the season. Coco Gauff is also the defending champion right there at Roland Garros. She will definitely be coming through to see that she defends the champion that she won last season in the world of tennis. So if Arina misses Roland Garros, then she has 2 more Grand Slams, and you know how Wimbledon is. Wimbledon is not what you can poke yourself or beat your chest and say, I'm going to Wimbledon to win. Wimbledon has been that Grand Slam that always gives every tennis player, the more you look, the less you see, because it's grass. Sometimes things change when you go on grass. That's the reason why, most especially from the female side of things, of recent, we've been seeing obscure guys come through. That's before Iga Swiatek won at Wimbledon last season. We've been seeing you see the likes of Barbara Krejcikova. Where is she right now? You see Marketa Vondrousova win on Wimbledon, and you're asking yourself, where did these guys come from to win at Wimbledon? That's what Wimbledon does. So the grass is not something that you can really predict. So if she doesn't win Roland Garros, there's every possibility that she'll find it difficult at Wimbledon. She has been finding it difficult of recent at Wimbledon. Then she's got just the US Open to win. And how would it look like if we say Arina Sabalenka, world number 1, wins only 1 Grand Slam through the season? I think it would be difficult for her to hold on to her number 1 spot in subsequent times to come. So I think she needs to sit right now and rejig herself. We've been calling for this rejig mentally. I think it's not physically this time. As I said, she has got everything within her ranks in physicality to go all out there and dominate. But I think it's in the head right now. Mentality is one very big part of a sportsman or an athlete, and that is where I think she's lacking at this point.
All right, I'll be providing an update in basketball because we'll be moving to football stories very, very quickly on the show. In basketball, the Oklahoma City Thunder used another explosive second half to beat LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers 131-108 on Saturday, pushing the Lakers to the brink of elimination in the NBA playoffs. Now, AJ Mitchell scored 24 points and handed out 10 assists without a turnover to help the Thunder take a 3-0 stranglehold on the best of 7 Western Conference semi-final series. Now, the Lakers will host Game 4 on Monday, trying to become the first NBA team to rally from 3-0 down to win a playoff series. Elsewhere, the Cleveland Cavaliers fueled by 35 points from Donovan Mitchell and a big finish from James Harden grabbed a crucial 116-109 Game 3 victory over the Detroit Pistons in the NBA Eastern Conference semifinals on Saturday. The Cavs, who dropped the first 2 games in Detroit, remained unbeaten at home in these playoffs, including a 7-game first round series against Toronto, in which the host team won every game. More importantly, they avoided falling into a 3-0 hole, a deficit no NBA team has erased to win a playoff series. Mitchell added 10 rebounds and 4 assists. Harden, a 3-time NBA scoring champion who came in for criticism after a lackluster shooting performance in Game 1 and Game 2, scored 9 of his 19 points in a tight fourth quarter. His run of 7 straight points late in the fourth included a dagger trade that pushed Cleveland's lead to 4 with 25.9 seconds left. And just to tell you, by the way, from 8:30 p.m. Nigerian time, the Philadelphia 76ers, they face the New York Knicks. By the way, the New York Knicks lead by 3-0 against the Philadelphia 76ers. And of course, in the early hours of tomorrow morning, from 12:30 a.m. Nigerian time, it is the Minnesota Timberwolves against the San Antonio Spurs. The Timberwolves against the Spurs will take place, and the Spurs lead that one by 2-1, 2-1 in that semi-final. By the way, it's all going down in the NBA. Steve Kerr has agreed to return as head coach of the Golden State Warriors after accepting a 2-year contract. His agents revealed to ESPN. Kerr, whose contract was expiring at the end of the season, said after the Warriors were eliminated in the NBA's play-in tournament that he did not know if he'd be back for a 13th season with the club. Right, and that's our cue to move into football stories on the show. Now, I'll start by telling you 2 people will win 5,000 naira. And we're going to give you the metrics of that right now. So if you have not been listening, or you have someone that can benefit of this, or you want someone to benefit of this, or you also want to benefit of this, stay close to your listening device right now, because courtesy of Gorich, we're going to be giving out 5,000 naira again to 2 people. We've done this twice this week, and we're going to wrap it up with this one again. So 2 people with a chance to win 5,000 naira. Very, very simple. It's the predict and win. And I've said you should use the West Ham and Arsenal game, but let's not jinx that, okay? Let's leave that game. Let Arsenal rest. Let West Ham rest. Let's predict and win with the biggest game that the world of football will ever have, or you can say the world of club football will ever have. Let's predict El Clasico. If you send in your prediction correctly, and it's the first we do have here, we'll pick the first 2 correct predictions and we'll reward them with 5,000 naira courtesy of Gorich. Gorich, as he has been doing this week, has said, listen, I love what you're doing here Today FM in the sports side of things. I love the fact that, people tend to listen every time during the week. They tend to listen. They're always with us. On Wednesday, we did do this. On Friday, we did do this. Did do this. Let's do it on Sunday again. And it's simple. Predict the game between Barcelona and Real Madrid. It comes up by 8 p.m. tonight. But the prediction window is officially open. How can you send in your prediction? Hey, it's very, very simple. We're going to be using two platforms. In case you're not active on WhatsApp, you can send it via the SMS portal. So choose one. Send it via the SMS or send it via the WhatsApp portal. We're going to pick the two first correct predictions. We know they do, we know our person for here. No, we're going to pick the first two correct predictions. And as I usually do, you're going to know that I called the two correct winners on the show. So you can see that we are rewarding them ASAP. So I called the number for you. The SMS, which also doubles as the WhatsApp portal, is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. You know, it's a Sunday, so let's apply the mercies of God to these predictions. The prediction window will be open up until 6 p.m. when we leave here. So from 6 p.m., any other person's prediction which comes in, it's null and void. So you have from now, this is 6 minutes past 3. You have from now till 6 p.m. to get in your prediction for El Clasico. Barcelona against Real Madrid. The first two correct predictions, courtesy of Gorich, they will be smiling with 5,000 naira each. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. This number, either via SMS, either via WhatsApp. However, pick your poison and get your prediction in. Please send one prediction. If you send two, if you send three, I'll go and pick the one that is not correct and say, oh, this is the one. Or I'll just pick the one you sent in first as the prediction. So just send one prediction, a courtesy of Go Rich. Of course, our appreciation always goes to Go Rich for always sticking with us and partnering with us on this particular predict and win segment. So you stand a chance of winning 5,000 naira. And courtesy of Go Rich, we will be rewarding the first two winners who can correctly predict the scoreline or the result between Barcelona and Real Madrid. That game kicks off by 8 p.m. But all predictions must come on or before 6 p.m. Any prediction that comes in officially after 6 p.m. is null and void. So getting your predictions as the show does progress. We move straight into the football side of things on the Sunday edition of Today Sports Live.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
I can see a lot of predictions coming in right now. Listen, on plenty, I want you, not even talk to me. I even collect small thing. You guys, don't worry. Don't send in your predictions, please. I can see a lot of predictions coming in. I've seen over 30 predictions in the space of 3 minutes already. So keep those predictions coming in. Courtesy of Go Rich, we're rewarding two people 5,000. I predict the result of El Clasico that happens tonight. Barcelona against Real Madrid is the biggest game in world football. Whether Real Madrid have turned their training center to WWE, it doesn't matter. All that matters is you have a chance to win 5,000 naira. So get in your predictions, and you can hear the Manchester City anthem in the background. The Citizens are now 2 points behind Arsenal in the Premier League title race. Speaking of the Premier League title racing, under 1 hour 30 minutes, it gets on the way at the London Stadium. Arsenal against West Ham United. But first, let's turn our attentions to Manchester City. Pep Guardiola said something after the game against West Ham United. He said, "Come on, you Irons," and he's backing West Ham United to do the business after they did do the business against Brentford last night in the Premier League. It finished 3-0 at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City getting the goals through Jeremy Doku, a man on fire, Ellen Haaland, and Omar Mamouche. Ladies and gentlemen, Manchester City are still pushing to the end, to the very end. Victor Israel. Manchester City still hot on the necks of Arsenal. They've got their own game in hand against Crystal Palace to come up on Wednesday. But then Arsenal do face West Ham United this evening. We'll know what transpires from that. But first off, the golden rule in Premier League title races like this: do your job first. Don't give a damn about what any other team is doing in the title race, as long as you keep getting the 3 points on the board.
The job is very simple for us now. I feel they just need to get their own job done. You've said it all already, because the title race, when it comes down to the last days, when it comes down to the running, it's just what you can do. You don't need favors at this point. Arsenal do not need favors from any other team. They just need to get the job done themselves. I think Everton already did them the favor there, pegging Manchester City back with that 3-3 draw last week. It's down to us now. If they really want it more, then they have to show it, because waiting for 22 years without winning the league title, it's something that every Arsenal fan is angry with, and the players understand the anger of the fans, because this is how close they've been for the past 22 years. We've seen them finish second in the past 3 seasons, but they were never this close. And this shows that Arsenal do mean business. And what a way to show that you really do mean business than getting the win. Today we understand that just as Arsenal is fighting for the title, West Ham are fighting for survival, and we know what it means when you go down to the championship. You might not come back again. You can ask Portsmouth, Bolton, and Reading, Queen's Park Rangers. These are teams that were once top flight teams here in the Premier League, but now you can't even find most of them again when it comes to English football. So I feel West Ham do not want to get to that level. West Ham do not want to be languishing there in the League One or even in the League Two. So they want to put up a fight today, and what a bad place to go there to the London Stadium, fighting in front of their fans. They will be getting the backing of the 12th man there. Speaking of the fans of the Hammers, so
you see how much hate you have. As you must, you don't enter Arsenal. See how much hate is in your.
I know they hate anybody. See, you're making all my destiny helpers to think I hate Arsenal. I don't hate Arsenal. I'm just pointing out the reality. Mm-hmm. See, when we're talking about the mentality monster, when we're talking about champions mentality, I think I can say that in Arsenal you only have Declan Rice for it. Not because the man won lots of trophies, but because he's showing that that never die mentality. We saw when they threw away the 9 points gap. You could see it was as if the Arsenal players just felt as if it was over. But Declan Rice was still very positive. He said it is not over until it is over, and we've seen that the advantage is now on Arsenal again. So I feel for Manchester City, I don't want City to win the league because they are very fantastic or because they played badly. Just because we've known City always tend to win the league in the second half of the season. The titles they took from Liverpool, they always woke up when it was the latter parts of the season, and it makes the team that started the season in fine fashion look ordinary, because that's goal number 2 for Aston Villa. And it makes the teams that started the season look very much average, because how do you start the season, and the first 15 games of the season, Manchester City are maybe 5th position, 4th position, and when the season ends, they win the league. It looks like the Premier League is turning to the Farmers League. So we, the Premier League fans, do not want that to happen. But for the sake of what Arsenal fans will do, for the sake of avoiding World War III, that is why most football fans are saying Manchester City win the league, to avoid noise pollution, avoid certain things. And I don't have any issue with Arsenal winning the league. The only problem I have is for what the fans have said. If they fail to win the league, that is where we will ask them, just as Priye said, that is where he will say, I told you. So
if somebody knows where Priye is, call him.
So for Manchester City, I think at this point they are the ones praying for a favor. They are the ones. We saw Pep Guardiola yesterday becoming an emergency West Ham fan. They're trying to fire up the entire West Ham, from the fans down to the board to the players, to try to put up a magic today and maybe just give him a push for the title. For me, I feel at this point, Pep Guardiola do not really want this title, because we saw the fans of Arsenal saying, you've won lots of trophies. Give Arteta this one. I feel the man has lots of EPL trophies already. So if this one eludes him, it will just it won't be something very, very troublesome for him. It won't be something very devastating. But if this title eludes Mikel Arteta, then I won't say it will cost him his job, because the man has done something fantastic this season. Just while the show was on, we were talking outside. We said if Arsenal had players like the Luis Suarez of 2013-2014 season, then they would have won the title since. If they had the Mo Salah of last season, then they would have won the title since. Because if you look at the number of goals these players scored in that season, Brendan Rodgers was not one of the best coaches. But the goals from Luis Suarez and Daniel Sturridge, 21 Premier League goals from Daniel Sturridge and 31 Premier League goals from Luis Suarez, pushed the man to a title race that he lost to Manchester City, and that's goal number 2 for Burnley. So this is a reminder that they may not have anything to fight for, but they might do a damage to Arsenal. So please talk to Mikel Arteta. For the sake of your own sanity, talk to Mikel Arteta.
Match never finished now.
Okay.
Match still day.
So if Arsenal had a goal scorer, a player that gets 20-25 Premier League goals, then the title would have been done and dusted, because if you take out the number of goals that Mo Salah scored for Liverpool last season, they would have finished 12th position. And this season we've seen that for the fact that the man has not been in red hot form, that is why Liverpool have been suffering. And you look at Suarez that season. If you take out the 31 goals the man scored and the 21 goals that Daniel Sturridge scored, then they won't even be in the top 4. So Arsenal lacking that goal scorer, that player that gives them that 20 goals in a season, has been the reason why they are in a title race with Manchester City. Because City, on the other hand, they do have Erling Haaland scoring the goals, but they've not been that fantastic this season. At some point, we were even we had Aston Villa very close to Arsenal for the title. At some point, we also had Bournemouth in second position. We also had Liverpool topping the table after the 5 Premier League games. So Manchester City have not been that fantastic. They are just there because Arsenal let themselves down at some point in the season. Maybe managed to pick themselves up again, and that is why. But I feel Mikel Arteta should be addressing this issue for next season. He needs a goal scorer. He needs someone that can get 20 league goals he needs the likes of Bukayo Saka. I think we've gotten to the stage where Bukayo Saka needs to start scoring goals, because at this point of the season, Saka still has 7 goals, if I'm not mistaken. He has 7 goals, and that is not what we want.
How many games has he played?
That is what I don't know, but I feel Saka in his Arsenal career, I think I've not crossed the 15 goal mark in the Premier League, and we've got sacked because they've seen that the man has gone this close. He can actually do it. So I just feel Mikel Arteta needs to start this football he played this season. Believe me, if he goes with that next season, he won't even make top 3, because we know what the Premier League does. Once they understand the system,
the man who is in the Champions League final, you say the football he plays will not allow him make it into the top 3.
See, we've seen Chelsea in 2012 suffer in the league and won the Champions League. We've seen Liverpool in 2005, the miracle of Istanbul. They were very poor in the league, and they won the Champions League. Your form in the Champions League does not really reflect what you do in the league. So those are 2 different games. You go to the Champions League, you play against the likes of Karabakh, the likes of Frankfurt. They don't pack the buses there. You play, you enjoy. Look at Arne Slot this season. In the Champions League, he was winning games, but it wasn't the same when it comes to the Premier League. We saw him lose.
Okay, so what is his track record in the Premier League across the last 3 seasons?
Arne Slot,
Mikel Arteta. No, I'm asking a direct question. What is his track record in the Premier League across the last 3 seasons?
Calm down.
No, I'm asking a question. Across the last 3 seasons.
I just answered you.
Yeah. Across the last
his record is Onowu. If you know,
you know.
Second.
Now,
so isn't that to a level of extent success?
No. You're getting what I said wrong. This season, the level.
I got you correctly. You said the style of football he played
this
will not
season
assure him even 3rd position next season.
He said
so the style of football he played this season is entirely different from the style of football he played last season.
No.
We know Arsenal to play that expressive football, that football where they touch you around and you enjoy the football. But has it been the same this season? Last season, we nobody called Arsenal the corner kings. Nobody was scared of Arsenal when it comes to set piece, because we knew they could score from set piece.
But
no
isn't
doubt.
that a good thing?
No, I am not saying
elsewhere.
It's a bad thing. I'm only saying over reliance on that might cost them titles next season.
Is it really over reliance? Because from my statistics, Arsenal have the most open play goals in the Premier League.
Yes.
So when you're talking about
that's what
Arsenal,
I wanted to say. The people that are saying that Arsenal are depending on corner kicks, they have more open play goals than some of them.
Now, let's look at some games, because sometimes you don't just rely on stats. The eye test, when we watched the game against Amorim's Manchester United, the game Arsenal lost 3-2 at the Emirates.
That was Carrick's Man United.
Was it Carrick's? That was Amorim's United.
They beat Amorim's United by 1-0 at the start of the season. Lost to Carrick's United by 3-2 at the Emirates.
Okay. Now you look at that particular game. Arsenal, I think Arsenal were leading 1-0. Now when they were on the back foot, when they started losing the game 2-1. The only thing they could think of was get the ball to the corner.
Isn't that a function of how good Michael Carrick's United team were in that game? No, is it not a function of how good they were in the game?
I don't understand. We watched that game. There were times when Noni Madueke had the ball. You expected the likes of
so do you think
Martin Odegaard, you expected those through balls that we know Arsenal to deliver.
Noni Madueke wasn't playing against shadows. He was playing against United players.
There was a particular time he had the ball.
No, I'm just saying you can give Man United more credit than saying
this
Arsenal
is not the case. It's not the case of giving United. If you feel you're supposed to win the league, then you should be putting away teams like that. We saw last season and Slot won the league. He put away teams. He put away his rivalries. Manchester City beat them home and away. United, we knew what happened. So you look at when you want to win the league, you win the best teams to win the league. You don't make excuses for how fantastic.
I think you and I know
Carrick's
most
United,
of those teams were not informed last season.
most of those teams.
Yeah, we're not informed last
Manchester City were not informed.
Were they informed last season?
Arsenal, were they not informed?
Was City informed last season?
That season where City went 10 matches on a loss.
True.
Losing streak.
Without a win.
And that's the season you are saying
Now,
you are
now,
giving
now-
credit to Arne Slot for
Now,
beating a
now,
Manchester City.
I love what you just said now. You're making you talk about Liverpool now this season, that Manchester United beat them, did the double against them. Is this Liverpool team in form?
No, they're not.
So why try to paint this one the same way you used to judge this one? That's the same way.
No, I've not judged Liverpool here. I'm just asking the question.
No. See, at this point, you look at Arsenal. When you want to win, we don't care if you play very well. You make your rivals look out of form. But if you don't see,
the question I want to ask you is, what is your definition of playing very well? See,
winning games.
This is the problem. No. Oh, excuse me. What is your definition of playing very well? Because now you're beginning to look like the Ballon d'Or setup to me, where the definition of winning the Ballon d'Or is scoring multiple goals. See, if I keep my back clean, I keep my home clean. It can also pass for being a decent person. Do you understand what I mean? If I keep my office clean, it could pass for you to being a decent person. I keep my house clean. I could also pass for being a decent person. So listen, if you go out there and you score the goals like Manchester City, you score the goals probably like Liverpool, like Paris Saint-Germain, fine, that's for you. If I keep my home clean, I get the victories. How many victories has Arsenal gotten this season? Is it not impressive? Now, do you call that also?
They've gotten more victories than Man United have played.
I'm telling you, they've gotten victories. They've kept the back clean. So you don't say it's bad. See, if I don't score goals, doesn't mean that I play bad football.
Now this is the main reason why most fans do not want Arsenal to win the league, because of what you just said. Now you're talking about.
I'm not saying things from heaven. It's a statistic that I pointed out.
Now,
our job on radio is to educate, and
I understand. Yeah. What is the result of you playing very well? What is the result of you dominating for the season?
Being top of the Premier League and being in the Champions League final.
No.
That's the result. That's the result of playing well.
No, come
you're top of the Premier League and you're in the Champions League final. That's the result.
Come the end of the season, nobody wants to look the fact that you are in the
Champions League. No, you're asking me as it stands now.
No, I never said as it stands now.
At the end of the season.
Yes, I said at the end of the season.
I want to ask you a question. Will you prefer Liverpool to play beautiful football, gang pressing, and go 5 seasons without winning the Premier League? Or will you prefer Liverpool to win the Premier League out of 5 seasons on 3 occasions and play badly all 3? It's a simple question now.
I want to answer the question.
Okay.
Playing beautiful football and just as you said, winning just
3
out of the 5 seasons. The fact that they've won, the fact that they've won trophies, that's enough. Now you look at Arsenal.
Okay, Victor, let me abbreviate your thoughts for a bit, please. Let's go pay some bills. The conversation is heating up and it's hotting up. When we come back, we'll continue. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked right here.
Long time no see you, which one you do?
Oga builder, Oga contractor, long time no see. That thing where they look for Sokoto, it don't land for Shokos of say, we don't carry our product enter River State, but say we still there for Aba. Anywhere where you did Agnes roofing product, go find you combo. Our product don't enter market, long span, made couple, step tie, small gutter design. As big man consign, we still get stone coated roofing sheet, shingle, mineno, classic bond, wood shake, and rubber. No forget saying Dr. Agnes one man with the manufacturer. Agnes one more data tooth powder. Nice to carry this open product enter market to Wakaskele Wugali as until enter office waiting for kilometer 20 at Port Harcourt Expressway. Equated Akaso bus stop behind Antwerp filling station or Bibo LGA or Port Harcourt. You feel Waka enter our head office waiting for kilometer 7 at N Expressway. Ositema Bar for Abia. For more inquiries, call us on 0816 719 5073 or 0811 201 2831 or 0803 500 5489. Agnes Aluminium Roofing Product, I'm the product where go make your house the smile, whether under the sun or in the rain.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back still to today's Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station. This is Today 95.1 FM. Sumto Isaac here. Still got Osasi Kiwin in the house. Benjamin Mina is here. Victor Israel is here. Ovie Wallace is here. Divine Nathan is also here. It's a packed schedule as we discuss everything sports. We have discussed other sports. Now we're discussing some football stories on the European scene. And by the way, if you've not sent in your prediction, the window has been open since, I counted at 6 minutes past 3 till 6 p.m. The window will be open for you to win 5,000 naira. 2 people will win 5,000 naira courtesy of Go Rich on the show this afternoon. So get in your prediction. Barcelona against Real Madrid. Who's going to win? Get in the scoreline prediction of that one. And hey, if you're among the first two correct predictions, I've not seen anybody predict 7-2 or 8-4. Your prediction can come in at that one, but there have been a lot of predictions, so I'm just giving you other options in case you did not send it early. I've not seen anyone predict Barcelona 6-0 against Real Madrid. So hey, get in your prediction on what is going to be the results from El Clasico tonight. Courtesy of Go Rich, 2 people will smile with 5,000 naira. You can send in either an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. I saw a message here. The person was asking if his prediction is valid. He sent it yesterday. I don't know how you knew it's Barcelona Real Madrid were going to be asking for, but that prediction is not valid. The official prediction window opened at 6 minutes past the hour of 3. 6 minutes past 3. Some people who were getting the jig when I was giving the announcement who got in their prediction. So let's just say from 3 p.m. the window was open and it will be open to 6 p.m. So every other prediction that did not fall into the window from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday, 10th of May 2026 in Port Harcourt, Nigerian time, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. that prediction is not valid. Please, let's do things in orderly manner here. We did not call for the predictions yesterday. We called for it today. So you might be giving your opinion yesterday. I don't know if that was valid. But the prediction, any prediction that has a timestamp on or not within the hours of 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., that prediction is not valid. So it's only those whose timestamp starts from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. will get their predictions as valid and they stand a chance of winning 5,000 naira. So 2 people will smile with 5,000 naira courtesy of Go Rich on the show. Barcelona against Real Madrid, 0701 933 9962. Before we continue on the show, it was heated here between Victor Osas, Benjamin, and Ovie Wallace. I'll just give you some updates in the world of football right now. By the way, I'll start by telling you that the lineups are out for that big clash at the London Stadium between West Ham United and Arsenal Football Club. West Ham United start with Mads Hermansen in goal. They play with a 3-4-2-1 formation. Axel Disasi, Jean-Claude Todibo, and Konstantinos Mavropanos are the back three. Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Malik Diouf are the wing backs for West Ham United. In midfield, they've got Thomas Soucek and Matheus Fernandes. Up front is Jared Bowen, Crescencio Somerville, and Totti Castellanos. On the bench for West Ham United is Alphonse Areola, Kyle Walker-Peters, Max Kilman, Oliver Scouse. There's Freddie Potts, Mamadou Kante, Callum Wilson, and Pablo Felipe. For Arsenal, it's unchanged from that victory against Club Atletico de Madrid in the Champions League semi-final. In midweek, David Raya is in goal, the Golden Glove winner this season in the Premier League. Ricardo Calafiori is the left-back, Gabriel Magalhaes and William Saliba are the centre backs for the Gunners. Right back is Ben White. In midfield, they've got Miles Lewis, Kelly, Declan Rice, and Ibiri Chieze. Up front is Leandro Trossard. We hear he's having some marital issues right now. Victor Gyökeres leads the line alongside Bukayo Saka. For the bench for Arsenal, Mikel Arteta has decided to call up Kepa Arrizabalaga as the reserve goalkeeper. Christian Mosquera, Piero Incapie, Martin Odegaard, Noni Madueke, Max Daumann, Martin Zubimendi, Gabriel Martinelli, and Kai Havertz. Just to give you some score lines across Europe in the Premier League, it's 77 minutes on the clock. Burnley still playing out a 2-0 draw against Aston Villa. The goal scorers for Aston Villa, Oli Watkins and Ross Barkley. Meanwhile, for Burnley, it's Jan Fleming and Jadon Anthony. For Crystal Palace, they're also playing out a 2-0 draw. It's goals galore in the Premier League right now. Crystal Palace 2, Everton 2. Crystal Palace were pegged by James Tarkowski's goal in 6 minutes. Ismail Assar equalised in the 34th. Beto gave Everton the lead in the 47th minute, and Jean-Philippe Mateta equalised in the 77th. So 9 minutes left in that one, and Nottingham Forest, fresh off losing to Aston Villa in their Europa League semi-final, currently also losing to Newcastle United by 1-0. Harvey Barnes getting the goal in the 74th minute. In La Liga is Mallorca playing out a 1-0 draw against Villarreal. That game has ended at San Mamés. 21 minutes on the clock. Athletic Club are playing out a goalless draw against Valencia. From 5:30 p.m. is Real Oviedo against Getafe. 8 p.m. is Barcelona against Real Madrid. In the Serie A, Pisa, they have 2 red cards and they're losing to Cremonese by 2-0 in 82 minutes on the clock. Fiorentina currently playing out a goalless draw against Genoa. By the way, did finish Como beating Verona by 1-0. Cesc Fabregas looking at guiding this team to European football. They currently sit 5th in the Italian Serie A. By 5 p.m. is Parma against Roma, and 7:45 is Milan against Atalanta Bergamasca. In the German Bundesliga, Hamburg are currently playing out a 1-0 against Freiburg. 50 minutes on the clock. By 4:30 is Cologne against Heidenheim. By 6:30 is Mainz against Union Berlin. And the French Ligue 1 from 8 p.m. is Monaco against Lille, Angers against Strasbourg, Auxerre against Nice, Le Havre against Olympique Marseille, Metz against Lorient, Paris Saint-Germain against Stade Brestois, Stade Rennais against Paris FC, and Toulouse against Olympique Lyon. In the MPFL, by the way, in the next let's say 20 minutes, these games will kick off. Abia Warriors against Kun Khalifat, El Kanemi Warriors against Niger Tornadoes, Enugu Rangers against Bendel Insurance, Kano Pillars against Wari Wolves, Katsina United against Ikorodu City, Kwara United against Eyimba, Nasra United against Plateau United, Remo Stars against Bayelsa United, Shooting Stars against Barao FC, and Wiki Tourists hosts Rivers United. So, back to what we were discussing. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of predictions. Keep it coming. Hey, Go Rich. Go Rich is rewarding you guys this afternoon on the show, and we are just here to drive it through. Send your predictions to us. Barcelona against Real Madrid. Who wins it? Stand the chance to win 5,000 naira. 0701 933 9962. I would also open the phone lines at some point in the show, but let's get to the discourse. Osas was asking Victor something. I think you said if you play badly and win trophies,
and win three EPL trophies in 5 years, would you prefer that one to playing beautiful football and going probably trophyless at the end of it all? See, the reason why I'm asking you, maybe before you react to that, is we've seen a different Arsenal set up this period, this particular season compared to other seasons. Arsenal has finished in 3 seasons on the bounce now, second, isn't it? Yeah. So now there's that change. We're looking at it that Arsenal play more of the wing football these days. They play more of the wing football these days because they want to actually change something that could maybe get them closer to winning a title, and that is over depending on the central creativity, which Martin Odegaard used to be the only man doing that before. But now, you know that the strength is at the wings these days. You know that football has changed. It's no longer the way it used to be, where those days you have a JJ Okocha from the center doing many things. We used to have Pavel Nedved from the center also doing a lot of things these days. We've got wing players coming to it. So why is it that Arsenal's case is different? There are so many teams that depend on wing creativity these days, and to Arsenal, you go to the wing, it becomes a problem. But back to you, Victor.
Before you ask him again, I saw a Manchester United team who won the treble. I think that was the 1998-99 season against Bayern. Victor, the equalizer and the winning goal was from a David Beckham corner kick.
So, and David Beckham was known in Manchester United
for
to be
his
the
crossing
for
abilities.
his crosses.
And he led
took
United
it
to so many titles with his crossing abilities.
So why is it that when it comes to Arsenal, the problem is why you're not creating from the center?
Okay. you've said your own. You played wonderful football. You still ended trophyless. With this haram football, you might still end trophyless.
That's that.
No. I want to understand. I want to understand something.
Victor.
No, you might still end trophyless.
Yesterday, Liverpool played against Chelsea, right?
Yes.
The expected goal ratio of that game, I want to show it to you so you read it out and you tell us.
See.
No, I want to take you on the point of haram football. Listen, I want to show you the expected goals of Liverpool and Chelsea. Please do well to read it out to people who are listening to us. Because there's been a narrative that Arsenal are the haram football team of the Premier League.
You see, this is a Liverpool team that, just as you said, last season, Liverpool did beat Man City, according to you, because they were out of form. This is a Liverpool team that are out of... They lost 19 times this season.
No, you said Arsenal are the haram football team of the Premier League.
No, with the dogged football you're playing, with the dogged football Arsenal is playing.
Is it resiliency or is it haram football?
You see, you can call it whatever you want to call it.
You call it
But we've seen... This Liverpool team, do you know that Arsenal couldn't manage a shot on target against them? Do you know that Arsenal played Liverpool?
So is that because Arsenal
over
played
2
haram
legs?
or Liverpool defended well?
How?
No. Is that a function of Liverpool defending well or Arsenal playing
If Liverpool could not defend against Bournemouth, is it against Arsenal? They conceded 4 goals, if not 5, against Bournemouth this season. They conceded 3 against Nottingham Forest there at Anfield. They conceded 4 goals against PSV Eindhoven at the Champions League, 4 goals at Anfield. So, are you telling me that Liverpool chose to defend against Arsenal? Or Arsenal chose not to attack Liverpool? We've seen Arsenal this season. The second leg there in the Premier League against Chelsea.
But those 2 games are the same. Liverpool could have defended well against Arsenal.
No. See, it is not a case of...
They're not expected to... what's the word? Not attack Nottingham Forest and not leave spaces behind.
No. I feel, see, the first game, when Liverpool were still riding on the 5-game winning run, then the first 5 games in the Premier League, we saw Arsenal start 3 defensive-minded midfielders. We know Mikel Merino during his days at Real Sociedad was a defensive midfielder.
Sorry, let me just pull you back a bit. Did I hear you say Arsenal didn't have a shot on target against Liverpool in that goalless draw? Was that what you said?
Was it at Anfield or Emirates?
No, the goalless draw was at Emirates.
It was at Emirates. And you said Arsenal didn't have a shot on target. Arsenal had 4 shots on target. 8 shots. More shots than Liverpool. And they had 4 shots on target. So,
what was it? I think the stat you meant to say is Arsenal did not score a goal.
Did not score a goal. That doesn't mean you didn't have shots on target. Arsenal had 4 good shots on target. More shots than Liverpool.
Now see, you know when they say...
Before you go on, please take a look at that expected goal ratio.
I saw it yesterday.
No, say it.
No, I saw it yesterday.
Say it.
Liverpool having a
say it now. I want to
0.56
expected goals. 0. Chelsea had how many?
0 also now.
0. So who is playing haram football in the league?
These are 2 out of form big teams playing.
Oh, really?
No, see.
So that's the excuse now. And your problem is a team that finds a way to win.
Let me point out something for you. When Liverpool are in form and they want to play Arsenal, we know how it always looks like. Have you forgotten the 5-1 thrashing? Where Firmino made them lie down in green pastures. Have you forgotten? I see, when Liverpool want to win the league, we do it in fine fashion. 2019, we know City always wakes up at the end of the season.
Does that change the handwriting of the champions? Does that change the handwriting of the team on the title?
Now it is. See,
it doesn't change the handwriting. If you win it like Mourinho or you win it like Pep, all it means is that you're champions.
I love the fact that I say, if you win it, if you fail to win it this season, you understand.
No, talk to us as I'm here. I'm on this side.
If you fail to see, if Arsenal fails to win the league this season, you understand what it feels like. Because you played expressive football. You played fantastic football. You played everything you played. Now you played dogged football. You played defensive football. And if you fail to win it, I think you will have to go to handball.
Let's start with what is right in front of us first of all. Arsenal did a flip. Added some sort of doggedness to their football, added some defensive brilliance to the football. And where are they today? They are leading the English Premier League title at this point. 2 seasons to go. Yeah,
2 games to go.
2 games to go. Sorry, I said 2 seasons to go. 2 games to go. When was the last time that happened? That's one. They are in the finals of the Champions League after 20 years. Because of what? Keeping it clean at the back. These are things that Mikel Arteta had looked into the team and brought through. Nobody is seeing it. I think you see it clearly when the title comes. Now, see, it's not going to come easy. it's quite clear it's not going to come easy. Arsenal has sat on top of the English Premier League title for the longest of times in the last 4 or 5 seasons. Yes.
And do you know that Arsenal, the number of days Arsenal have spent on top of the table is more than the number of days Pep Guardiola has spent on top of the table. He has 4. He has four English Premier League titles.
See, I'm not talking about seasons.
Let me point out something to you. Arsenal are very good defensively. A part of me wishes that other teams could have that kind of defense. Now, you look at Arsenal when they've conceded first against a big team. That's where the issue comes on. The first game they at Anfield when they played against Liverpool, when they conceded via that set piece, we couldn't see them create anything again. We saw it against Michael Carrick's Manchester United when they were now trailing. They could barely create chances. We've seen Manchester City. They were losing to Everton 3-1. You saw how they were trying to create chances to get back into the game. They still managed to get a draw in that game. Leave that game to Arsenal. 3-1 by the 80th minute. It's done and dusted. Arsenal, the only thing Arsenal will get is more corners.
I remember a game
but earlier on this season,
it was 1-0 in favor of Newcastle at the 83rd minute. Guess who won that game?
Arsenal against Bayern Munchen.
Okay,
this season it was Bayern Munchen.
Since you want to be mentioning the games, let's mention the games. Arsenal against Manchester United, you couldn't come back. Arsenal against Liverpool, you still couldn't come back. No. Arsenal against Man City in the Carabao Cup, you couldn't come back. I'm mentioning big teams. I'm not calling Newcastle. When Arsenal concedes against a big team, what happens? You can't create chances to even save a goal, to score a goal rather. Arsenal are not creating chances whenever they can defend. If Arsenal scores PSG in the Champions League final first, Arsenal could defend and for the next 2 to 3 days. But if PSG scores Arsenal first, that is when you will see that they are clueless in terms of creating chances. What you'll be seeing is get the ball to the side, get more corner kicks. If they find out that the defense is the kind of defense they could bully, then expect them to keep on getting corner kicks. Is that how you win a league? We saw Jurgen Klopp team win a league. We saw them score set piece goals, no doubt. But it wasn't the go-to plan.
Keep it straight. They set the record for most set piece goals.
It wasn't the go-to plan. You cannot remember Jurgen Klopp.
But what were the articles written then? Set pieces is the new method.
No, you cannot remember Jurgen Klopp for set piece goals. You can't. You remember him for the heavy metal football.
When your defenders had the highest assists, why can't we remember them for set piece?
His defenders were his playmakers. It wasn't because of set piece. So you never knew.
So why were the midfielders not the playmakers? Since we want to
do you know that Andy Robertson during his time at Liverpool were not taking. He wasn't taking free kicks.
He was taking corner kicks.
He was taking corner kicks.
Trent was.
He was known for his crossing ability, not just because of corner kicks. Trent was known for what he can create, be it from dead ball situation or in play games. These were his playmakers. He only had midfielders that could do the hard work and let these guys express themselves. Arsenal, if you
Arsenal's defenders are securing them wins, it's a problem.
No, Arsenal defenders are securing them wins, no doubt.
Goals from corner kicks, but your defenders are securing you making chances. It's a problem.
Do you know that during Jurgen Klopp era, if Liverpool are trailing, I can recall the game against Aston Villa. They needed that game away. They were playing and they were trailing 1-0. Robertson scored a goal. He scored the equalizer, and at some point Sadio Mane scored the goal. Do you know that Liverpool, when they are trailing, they were not looking at Gabriel Magalhaes. They were not looking at Virgil van Dijk to come and score a corner kick. But if you look at Arsenal, if they are drawing a game or they are trailing in a game,
you know what I'm like.
Everybody looks at Gabriel Magalhaes. You know they even forgot that they have a striker.
Everton against Liverpool weeks ago. Liverpool were playing out the 1-0 draw against Everton. Who scored the winning goal?
It was Virgil van.
Thank you very much.
He can score a goal. Doesn't mean he is the man. The second leg against Liverpool, they are there at the Emirates. I could see that last corner kick. The entire coaching staff, they were all on their feet. Arsenal coaching, they were all on their feet because they knew that just give Gabriel the ball.
They know how to score from set piece situations. Is that a crime?
You know how to score from set piece situation. In making that the plan A, Sumto, Now I want see
Victor. Okay, let's
no,
keep this
okay,
from a professional standpoint.
So let me not come to you because you are there.
I'm not.
No, wait. I want to
aside.
ask a question. Osas asked me a question. Let me ask it. I wanted to ask you the question, but since you are there, Osas, let's take out the fact that you have a little affiliation with Arsenal. Speak as a fan of football. Is it good for a team to have the go-to plan being corner kick?
Osas, before you answer,
where was it put down as a fact that there is a go-to plan? That's it.
That's it.
Victor. Let's leave banter. So let's look at this from a professional perspective. Arteta is one of the highest paid managers in the world, and you're seated here as a pundit and saying that Arteta's plan, tactical details, is corner kicks. No, is that what you're saying? That his tactical plan is not Calafiori inverting, it's not Gyökeres dropping deep to link up play, it's not Iberichi's AC ball walk off the ball, it's corner kicks.
All those things that you mentioned, what has it resulted?
No,
it results to more corner kicks.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that Arteta's tactics, his plan is corner kicks as a professional coach in the Premier League?
Arteta's plan now, I believe this is on record. Arteta's plan is
a coach in the Premier League.
As a coach in the Premier League this season is keep it simple at the back, keep it clean. According to us, keep it clean at the back.
So they don't
get
in
the goals via.
They don't go forward.
Listen. When you keep it clean at the back, there is every possibility that corner kicks will come. That's the reason why you're seeing
the corner kicks will come against you because you are very defensive.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think about that. That's you being very defensive. Now, when you're also playing wing play, corner kicks will come. See, bro, there's nothing like Arteta set up the team to play corner kicks. We've seen games this particular season of recent where Arsenal have not been scoring via the corner kicks, have not been scoring via set pieces, but they've been moving ahead.
Can you remember the last 5 open play goals Arsenal scored
against Fulham? How many open play goals?
I said remember 5. All were open play goals. How many did they score?
Against Atletico Madrid.
Against Atletico Madrid, it was open play.
In the second leg.
In the second leg, it was open play. The goal that Berechese scored. Who did he score that goal against?
Now see, if I tell you now to remember the dead ball set piece goals, believe me, you remember 15 in the first 2 minutes. Now look at open play goals. Look at how you go.
The bottom line is that Arsenal have scored more open play goals than any
Liverpool.
Other team.
Than Liverpool.
Than any other team in the Premier League. I don't care about Liverpool. There's no single team in the Premier League that scored more open play goals.
When you're talking about teams in the top 5 leagues with the most goals this season, Arsenal are up there. They've scored lots of goals this season.
So that team is defensive, right?
You don't get it. I'm not saying this.
No.
I'm not saying being defensive. I'm not saying being defensive is a crime.
That's what you're saying, actually.
No, that's where you're getting it all wrong. Last season we saw in the slot when he scores 1, he goes to defend. We know Jurgen Klopp to score 4 and still be going all out, but he scores 1 and goes back to sit back. We even saw him sit back against the likes of Leeds United. Against Manchester City, we saw him sit back all through the game. So now what I'm saying is when you concede first, what is the plan? When you concede first, what is the plan? Because I saw that again. I was here in the studio watching the game. They conceded against Manchester United.
Why isn't only that game as a reference? That's not the only game
they
played this
I'm talking about. I don't want to just go to stats. I want to talk about the games I watched very well. The game against Chelsea, the second leg in the Premier League against Chelsea, they scored via 2 corner kicks. And Chelsea also scored via a corner kick. And I could barely remember the open play chances in that game. I could barely remember. No doubt, when I see Eberecheze in the starting lineup in Arsenal, there's one thing that comes to my mind. He will create chances. When I see Martin Odegaard start a game this period, this season, I don't want to talk about other seasons, I feel the man does not create. It's as if maybe whenever he's the one starting, they tell Arsenal not to create via the middle. Because when Eze starts, Eze creates chances. He might not create for other persons, but you will see him take shots from outside the box that maybe hits the bar or the goalkeeper forces the goalkeeper into a save. But when you look at when Arsenal concedes first, that's my problem against a big team. They find it difficult to create chances. We saw Manchester City take the lead in the first half of the season against Arsenal. We saw Pep Guardiola pack the bus. So anyone can defend. But what happens when you concede first? You create chances. We saw Arsenal that day. It was Arsenal on the front foot from the beginning of the game. From when City took the lead, Arsenal were on the front foot till they got the equalizer. Now that is what I want to see. Being on the front foot, not just relying on the fact that when we get in crosses via free kicks. Now they will devise a new strategy. They don't just cross the corner kick directly again, because just as I told you, that next season the Premier League teams will tend to understand this pattern. And we when the season started, we saw how the long throws, everyone was just emulating the long throws. Now look at the Premier League again. You see that those long throws, they barely do it anymore. You only see the likes of Brentford trying to do that, but other teams barely do it. At some point we saw even Liverpool did it. Joe Gomez always sending in the long throws and all that. So, but when the Premier League understands that system, you find it difficult to replicate the success you always get from that system. So for Arsenal, I don't have any issue with Arsenal defending or scoring goals via dead ball situation. I just want to see a champion's mentality when you concede first, because in this game against West Ham, they may concede first, they may not. So if they get to concede first, can they fight back, create chances, open up this West Ham team and score goals? This is a West Ham team that lost, was it 5-0 against Brentford? So if you can create those chances, you can score goals, you can win the game. So I just don't want to see Arsenal relying on the corner kick, and if the corner kick do not go according to plan, then we have situation where we start calling the coach not doing anything. Something you know. If Arsenal does not win, you know how you used to say,
who's that?
Let me not cast it.
Who's that?
Let me not cast it. But I believe all of us in this studio knows that if Arteta fails to win the league, one of the fans that will, if he remains, but if they give you gun, he go shoot him.
I won't. I'm a good person. Anyways, it's full time across the rest of the Premier League games, which did kick off at 2 p.m. And the game between Arsenal and West Ham kicks off in the next 31 minutes and 20 seconds. Yes, I did give you the lineup. And Nottingham Forest, by the way, they're now 7 points off the relegation zone, and they're unbeaten in 8 games, courtesy of that 1-1 draw against Newcastle United. So Nottingham Forest are now at least very, very close to safety. Makes this game against West Ham United very, 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 very important. Hey, I say it again. We're at the top of the hour. It's almost 4 p.m. 2 hours left. If you've not sent in your prediction, courtesy of Gorich, you might be winning 5,000 naira. Why I said might? If your prediction is not correct, what can I say? So Barcelona against Real Madrid predicts correctly. You have a chance to win 5,000 naira on the show this afternoon. Two people. Yes, let's share it equally. Sunday, and we're giving you ample time to get your prediction. So if you want to still sit down, get your pen and paper, like some people do. Statisticians, you write down, you check, permutate, and you say, okay, it will finish 5-1, and you want to send it by 5:55 p.m. No shaking. Or you need Benjamin's expertise on checking and forecasting high to, no problem. Sit down, take your time till 6 p.m. You have a window to get in your prediction. And I told you it's full time now. Nottingham Forest 1-1 against Newcastle United. It was a draw galore, okra soup everywhere. Burnley playing out a 2-0 draw against Aston Villa. Crystal Palace playing out a 2-0 draw against Everton. And Nottingham Forest playing out a 1-0 draw against Newcastle. And 4:30 is West Ham United against Arsenal. Let's talk about another team in the Premier League. Let's talk about the Theatre of Dreams. played, you say when the season is over, maybe 40 games they would have played this season. And next season, they've qualified for Champions League football, because this is the essence of why I bring up these statements. They've qualified for the Champions League. It's not the Champions League of before. Like the last time they were there, somebody told me to tell you, Man United, something that there's an update from the last time they were in Champions League. It's no more. They're not going to go play group stage again. It's now league phase, and they said we should also tell them that there's no more away goals. So they should not go into the Champions League thinking that these things are still there. It's for the new version. It's now Gen Z Champions League. So there's no more away goals. It's now a league phase. And yeah, I was saying, they're going to play more games in the Champions League. It's not more 6, it's 8 games they will be playing. And when you now have to rotate your side, when you have to combine most of these games, teams have been playing 3 games every week. Carabao Cup, FA Cup, this United team, from what you saw yesterday against Sunderland, do they look up to the task to combining a lot of these games at once?
Well, I think people talk about the advantage of or the disadvantage of playing midweek and then coming to play on Sunday. But I always see an advantage in that. The advantage I see is match fitness. That's the truth. Unless, most big teams, what they do, or most teams, what they do is they get to play behind closed-door friendlies, to keep themselves in shape going into when they are not playing, just like Man United get to play one game in a week, and they get to play friendly games behind closed doors and all that, maybe test tactics and all that, and keep the players in shape for match fitness. But I don't see that as an advantage for not playing all through the week, because you'd need that match fitness, to be told. You need match fitness because those people that have been playing, let's say midweek, and then play in the league, Champions League, and then in the league, they've got that match fitness. But you that haven't played for the week, you're rusty. In as much as you,
sorry, Benjamin, let me abbreviate your thoughts for a bit, because I can see Mikel Arteta speaking. Let's hear from him ahead of this game against West Ham.
Now, as a manager, how proud are you of that? But also, how many of the previous 499 have been as big as this one?
It's been a long time now, so very proud of that. And we know what is at stake. We know the magnitude of the game and how much we want it.
Yeah, so it's huge. Is it a day for cool heads, or is it a day for banging down the door and seizing what's in front of you?
Warm hearts, cooler heads, I would say, because you need as well that spirit, that willingness, that attitude to go and get a game, and emotionally as well, to be very stable and as we've been doing, to dominate that scenario as well.
So it's the same starting 11 again. What do you think you found with that starting lineup, with Lewis Skelly coming into the midfield, maybe that combination of Trossard and Calafiori down the left? It feels like you've hit on something.
Yeah, we found a lot of fluidity, a lot of threat as well, I would say, in many situations in all the attacking play. And then the fact that gives us the option as well to change the game with other players throughout the game when it's needed.
Do you think you've also, in the last couple of weeks, just from somewhere, found a surge of energy, freshness, confidence, and that's only going to be aided, I would imagine, by getting to a Champions League final?
Yeah, that's the word that I would say, that something is changed there in a positive way, and the boys, the level that they've shown, the rhythm, the purpose, the spirit, has been tremendous, and today is a great scenario to show it again.
And just to underline your depth, and actually the fitness and freshness situation you're in, no Norgard in the squad and no Gabby Jesus in the squad today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we are missing Jurian and Mikel Merino as well, so we know these are the rules. 18 players, outfield players available, and that's what we have to do.
What do you make of how they've set up? They've gone to a back three or a back five. Looks like they've put a bit of extra height in the lineup to deal with some of your strengths. Looking at it, what do you make of it?
Yeah, we knew that was a possibility. They only done it once against City, but they've done it throughout games as well. And Nuno has played so many years as well with that formation, so that was something that we could have expected.
That was Mikel Arteta talking about, of course, the lineup, sticking with the same lineup that has played against Fulham and Atletico Madrid, also talking about some of the missing players in the side, and also highlighting the fact that West Ham have switched to a back three or back five, and they've added more height and more presence in the squad. We'll build up to the game much more effectively. But Benjamin, we were speaking about Manchester United and how they could cope with European football next season when the going gets tough, just like yesterday against Sunderland.
Yeah, I was saying there's there's disadvantage, or there's this saying that say there's a message in every mess. I believe for United, it's for me, I believe the Premier League, the players that plays in the Champions League and the Premier League, I believe there's an advantage because of the match fitness. For United, I feel that there's no advantage. The only advantage you've got for playing once in a week is rest. Apart from the rest, I think they are much rusty, and it shows most times in the games that they get to play, especially that game against Leeds United. That I think it was at Elland Road or at Old Trafford that they got beaten. So the reality is beginning to show up, and I feel that the reason why the United legend Roy Keane at some point is skeptical about handing Michael Carrick the United job, because he feels like I saw his interview the other time that he was saying, as a manager of Arsenal, Mikel Arteta and then Pep Guardiola, you get to see, you hear that Carrick is now the manager of Manchester United. Will you be scared? No, you will not be scared, because you know that the man has not got the kind of experience that you've got, in terms of coaching these top teams and being in the Premier League for a very long time. So I feel that the reality is beginning to show. United, they have advantage of resting all through the week, and then play maybe 5 times, 5 days rest, and then playing on Saturday the 6th day or on Sunday the 7th day. But again, I feel that what the United hierarchy needs to do is organize these games, these closed-off friendly games, and keep the players in shape. But other than that, I feel that United would have to. Next season is going to be a roller coaster season for them. Back in the Champions League, like you said, they should be aware that no group phase in the Champions League anymore.
Gets that update.
No away goal. They have to sit all the players down. The manager say, "Hey, this is what it is." No, be that time when they play Champions League, when they score 1 goal, it's not 2. When you want to calculate them, you understand. So that's on a lighter note, though. But I feel that for United, the reality is beginning to show that if you play once a week, your body might be rested, but that what's it called? The match fitness would not be there, and the team that have been playing regularly midweek or thereabout, sometimes fatigue gets a shot, but they'll be more competitive than you because of the match fitness that they've got.
All right, so let's talk about Liverpool next on the show. And by the way, that's my cue to introduce Alex Cabaret in the house. Alex, good evening to you. I'm sure you're happy. City 3-0 against Brentford yesterday, and you are patiently with your popcorn focusing on the screens what your rivals are about to do.
Yeah, good evening to you, Asumto, and very happy Sunday, of course, to the guys in the studio and to our listeners. I was impressed with City, finding a way even in adversity, and it was likewise with the 3-3 Everton draw. As much as it looked like they were down and out of it at 3-1, they found a way to nick something out of it. Nicking a point from that game meant that as long as you win every other game you have, you're going to force Arsenal into taking the title on the last day, which is the necessary pressure that is needed, or asking questions of them. And as for today, I think it's going to be a very interesting game. I think Arsenal have to get over the hurdle that West Ham will pose, because they recognize that Nottingham have just dropped points today. They know that Tottenham are going to be in a really difficult encounter themselves, so they have recognized the opportunity to pick at least a point from this game. But at the same time, it's a team that is struggling to survive and be a Premier League side by next season, versus a team that wants to win the Premier League for the first time in 22 years. So the ambition for both is clear, but who wants it more? I think that is going to be decided on the pitch. But just like Pep Guardiola said, go Irons. That's where I'll leave it.
Anyways, by the way, surprise in the MPFL, Remo Stars are losing. defending champions might be relegated from now to the end of the season. Talking about defending champions, Alex, before I come to you about Chelsea, Benjamin, let me stick with you about Liverpool. Arne Slot substituted Rio Ngumoa off yesterday against Chelsea, and that particular decision was met with extreme displeasure by the Liverpool fans in attendance at Anfield. Liverpool look like a team with no bite. They are losing one of their most, or you can say their most potent attacker in the last 5 years at the end of the season, officially bringing the end to an era of Firmino, Mane, and Mohamed Salah. That front three, which has given them Champions League success, Premier League success. They look like a team that will take some time for a striker which was gotten into the side to score goals that they would need to adapt to. Alexander Isak. Hugo Ekitike seems to be out with a very, very long-term injury. Florian Wirtz, you can say for that amount of money spent, has not exceeded the expectations. Fairly well he has done, you can say, with the numbers he has put up, but then big money means big expectations. It's all going wrong for Arne Slot, but seems like he's still going to be in the dugout next season. Surprisingly, is it?
Yes. For now, Liverpool haven't really, made mention of sacking him. They were actually linked with Xabi Alonso at some point. United now linked with Xabi Alonso, and Liverpool have, cooled their interest in the man. And for Arne Slot, Ajax are looking for a way to bring the man back to take the man back to Holland and to be their manager next season. And from the look of things, he's going to be the next manager. Nobody knows yet, but I feel that as for yesterday, there were rumors that after the Chelsea game that the board had an emergency meeting to, to summarize the season, and check and Slot's performance, and then make a decision. But for now, they've not made any official decision concerning that. So Liverpool fans look away. The man is still, for now, he's still looking like he's going to be the manager of Liverpool next season. Yeah, but again, they are looking at, if he's going to be the manager next season, they are going to be backing him with a couple of amounts of money so that he could get a few players, because a couple of players will believe in, the likes of Andy Robertson, will believe in, what's his name now, Mo Salah will believe in, and there are looks of things that Javier Elliott...
Alisson might also believe in.
Yeah, Alisson might believe in. Javier Elliott might be brought back. Stefan Basic has always been injured. And
I'll get back to you, Benjamin. I'm so sorry to cut you, but let me get this call. It has not stopped us now. I'll soon go to the phone line, but let me just interestingly get from this caller. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Okay, I don't think that's for us. The phone lines are not open yet, so I'll open that very shortly. But Benjamin, quickly, let's wrap this up.
So I feel that they are going to be backing the man. There are talks that they're going to, if he's going to stay, they're going to be backing him. But Liverpool faithfuls are looking at getting a new manager because of, you can see the boos that were coming yesterday from
Benjamin. Again, I'm sorry. Let me just cut you very quickly, but I'd love us to hear from Nuno Espirito Santo, the West Ham United manager.
There has been sort of some consistency, some stability there.
Yes. Here at London Stadium, we've been doing well. The fans are being huge for us, give us a nice extra run, the energy that they put. I think they understand the need that we have of them.
Yeah, so it's a big day for your supporters as well.
Yeah.
You brought that up a couple of times.
Yeah, they're going to play a different game from ours. We have to be focused, but we need that energy and that noise.
Okay, just talk to us about your changes, because you've gone to a 3 at the back or a 5 at the back, like you did at home to Man City. What's your thinking there?
Arsenal has a lot of threats, especially in the wide areas, so we have to be focused, and also the players that are on the bench got to be very important for us.
It looks like you've tried to add some height to the 11. Would that be a fair comment for their set pieces?
Makes sense. They are very good on it. We have to try and dominate that area of the pitch.
Yeah. Could that be decisive today? They are obviously top of the league for goals scored from corners, and although you've improved of late, it's been a difficult area for you.
All the teams in these days have threats, and Arsenal has been doing well. Routines, a lot of the same players doing the same things, consistent delivery. But also we have threat on attack. JC give us some height. We have Dino, so we try to take advantage also.
And how are the nerves? How are the emotions? More importantly, how are your players?
We are okay. Good meeting, and we are ready to compete. Let's go.
Quite interesting here because Benjamin, that your prediction is vanity. I promise you.
Let me tell them the prediction.
I promise you that prediction is vanity.
I predicted the Arsenal game. Yeah, I know lots of people will come for my head, but I'm known for prediction. I'm known for prediction in this studio. I'm in fact in our office Today FM. I predicted the Arsenal City game. The Arsenal West Ham game or the West Ham Arsenal game 2-2 full time. That's my prediction.
The Octopus have said it.
Alex, I'm about to go to the phone line. so I see the fear very slowly seeping into your body. No. I'm not scared, but I'm about to go to the phone line in the next 3 minutes, Alex. But very quick, let's talk about El Clasico. It comes up by 8 p.m. tonight. I'd have loved to talk about Chelsea, but I'd leave that on the corner for now. But El Clasico, Real Madrid turned their training ground into a fight zone. It was fight week at Real Madrid. I don't understand.
We saw a replay of Hamzat Chimaev versus Sean Strickland, which was the fight I watched early this morning.
And Valverde said he hit his head by mistake.
And Chouameni. It was that bad that Valverde had to get stitches. He had to get stitches.
He was unconscious, rushed in a wheelchair to the hospital. It wasn't palatable, but then today we hear Hansi Flick has lost his father, but he's still going to be on the touchline for Barcelona in that game. Strength there shown by the Barcelona manager, and it's very commendable. But your thoughts on El Clasico this evening? Overall, what's happening in Madrid and Barcelona a chance to win against your eternal rivals?
Oh well, so as you have just said already, it's all down to Barcelona over there at the Camp Nou. They need 1 point to be La Liga champions, and regardless of a result today, we all know that Barca in their remaining 3 games are definitely going to get at least 1 point. So I think it is just a matter of being an El Clasico that is being played for pride. Now, usually it's the kind of competition where you want to see your biggest stars, but like we've said, Yamal is not available. Mbappe might not feature. I think there have been reports that he's still not back integrated with the team. So I can confidently tell you that everybody in La Liga, in those 2 top clubs, Real Madrid and Barcelona, are focused on the World Cup already. They have their sights on the World Cup. They know their season is a wrap. They don't have to compete in the Champions League final or any other competition, and the La Liga looks like it's already a wrap. I do still have Barcelona to wrap up the title against Real Madrid at home. They need a point, like I did mention, so a draw is very much in their favor. If anything, Real will be going out to see if they could at least do the double over Barca this season, just for pride's sake, and just sort of like bring that
same pride that made them celebrate that much when they won the first
when they won the first, and that shifting tide that Flick has brought in, where he's played some 8 games against Madrid and has won about 7 of them and lost just 1. So it's time to bring it back, because if you went through their head to head right before Flick arrived, Madrid were on top with 105 wins and Barca were around 98, so they were beginning to pull a little bit clear in the head to heads. But right now it's 106 to 105, still in favor of Madrid, but it's just a 1 win gap. And there's still going to be more investigations into the Chouameni and Valverde case, although Arbeloa has said he wishes the media did not report it at all, that scuffles like this happen all the time between players and it is resolved. The media made an excess of what happened in the backroom staff, but I don't think it's an excess where a player has to be rushed to an intensive care and stitched up, and the wife is coming out on every social media platform. That's Federico Valverde's wife, to talk about the injury and what happened and say people should not go nose diving into business that is not theirs. Basically just calling out everybody and saying stop asking questions and just leave it as it is. And of course that hefty fine, so to just suggest that it is more than it meets the eye. But yes, away from those distractions, away from those players who are unfit, Madrid has to play for pride, and they have to, as much as the La Liga title race is done, realize it's an El Clasico, and maybe just reinforce the issue that it is Madrid, and as much as we are going back to back trophyless seasons, this trend is not supposed to continue. So go out there and show your fans something to be hopeful for going into next season. But with that being said, Sonto, I still have Barcelona to win the La Liga today. I think they don't lose to Madrid at the Camp Nou. I think they either beat Madrid or they draw at home to Madrid, and it's wraps for the La Liga.
I mean, the memes I've seen since that fight between Valverde and Tchouaméni has been generational. I saw one where they said Pepe, now after hearing that you can now start fighting at Madrid. It was that video of Suarez crying after he won La Liga at Atletico Madrid. That's when I saw Vinicius, training. I heard you cannot start
Meaning
fighting.
he wishes he could return to the league right now.
Oh my goodness.
Which of his teammates would he be fighting?
He can go and pick Rudiger. I mean, that's going to be a very good one. Anyways, let's go to the phone line, please, before we move into Nigerian football. 08109510951. 08109510951. If you've not also sent in your prediction for a chance to win 5,000 naira, hey, you're missing out. I've seen a lot of predictions here. So as you're predicting, you can also call 08109510951. Everything we've discussed on the show. By the way, Arsenal kick off against West Ham in the next 8 minutes at the London Stadium. We've discussed about Manchester United. We've discussed also about Liverpool. Hey, if you're a Chelsea fan, you want to weigh in on what your team is doing, you can also call. And Real Madrid against Barcelona is the big game on the day this evening. Tonight, it's going down at the Camp Nou. Real Madrid against Barcelona. You also want to comment on that. Do well to get your calls coming in. 08109510951. Alex, before I move to the phone line, speaking of the Chelsea, let's talk about the small matter of Chelsea, because it's not really been impressive from what we've seen from this Chelsea team. They have the FA Cup final coming up next weekend against Manchester City. I think next week, Saturday, to be precise. And against Liverpool, it seemed all sort of better from that performance against Nottingham Forest earlier in the week. But then the question remains, what does the long-term future hold for a team like Chelsea? Which managers are in the market? Seems like some of the perfect fits could be Anthony Iraola. Oliver Glasner is also leaving Crystal Palace. I mean, Glasner has won the FA Cup, won the Community Shield. He might be winning the Conference League with Palace this season. But before I get your thoughts on that, let me quickly run to the phone line to get the thoughts of this caller. Hi, good evening to you.
Good evening. My name is Susanna.
Welcome to the show, my brother.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly. Welcome to the show. Oh, we lost that one, please. Do call us back. Maybe you can adjust your position and call us back. 0810 951 0951. 0810951091 if you want to call and be part of the show. Yeah, Alex, the best bets seemed like some of these Premier League managers, but if you're looking for much more experience, maybe Didier Deschamps when he steps down from France. Xabi Alonso is also still available. You want to go back and bring Simone Inzaghi from the Saudi Pro League. Hey, but let's discuss in general about the future of Chelsea.
If I were to advise, I would tell them to the Real Madrid route where Real are currently heading back to a Jose Mourinho. They have no need for a manager like Jose Mourinho, but what do they need him for right now? That's stability. There's a lot of issues that Madrid has. Back-to-back trophyless seasons has not been seen in a really long time, and it is enough for them to want to respond. Madrid and a club of their status has to respond, and they've shown that intent by going back to bring someone who is currently unbeaten in the Portuguese league with Benfica, although they do miss out on the league to Porto, who are already crowned champions, but they have been unbeaten this league's campaign. Their undoing has mostly been the draws. They've had about 23 wins and about 8 draws or 9 draws. So their undoing has mostly been the draws, but they've done well to not find themselves with a loss this season, and it's all down to Mourinho, considering where Benfica were at the start of the season, how their season started off. It was on a very, very poor note, so it was essential for them to return back to the top. They've done that, and now Real have recognized what Jose Mourinho could potentially bring to Madrid, at least for stability. I would say Chelsea do the same thing. go for a manager that has the experience to provide stability for the
You've
club.
got anybody in mind?
For
Gareth
a certain
Southgate?
time.
Anyone in mind?
I mean, it's someone obviously with the amount of experience. You mentioned Simeone Inzaghi. Try and tempt him. I think he would probably.
What about Southgate?
Is it probably will leave?
The model of Chelsea, like we are giving you to work with the players we want to give you. Is it not best suited for a national team manager, so to say? Because like a national team manager, he just has to work with the players that are there. He doesn't need to go and sign players or anything. Is this model suitable for a national team manager? Or, like I mentioned, managers like Anthony Iraola from Bournemouth, Oliver Glasner from Crystal Palace?
Now there are two things to it, because I believe those are more of progressional managers in terms of handling Iraola and Oliver Glasner. And one, their scouting is top tier. These guys are able to sell off players. Antoine Semenyo, look at how they replaced him almost immediately with a guy who currently has 6 goals in 11 games, the Brazilian. Ryan. They replaced, what's his name, that moved to Paris Saint-Germain, Ilya Zabani, Dean Hodgson. They replaced them with James Hill and Bafode Diakite. You're looking at this recruitment. It's top-notch. We've seen JD Cavot come into that Crystal Palace side as soon as Gehi left, and although they are not maybe the same Palace as last season where they were top contenders, but they've been able to hold their own, particularly at home at Selhurst Park. They have a really good record there, and they are doing exceptional things, about to play in the Conference League final. So everything points at those managers being able to pick up a team and progress them through scouting, top tier scouting. Now, I would not say that is what Chelsea need at the moment, because Chelsea need stability. They do not need the promise of young players who are going to fulfill potential in a year's time or a couple years' time. That is not what they need. Right now, I would say what they need, or what that basic thing is that they lack, is players with experience and a manager that brings about stability. Stability in the sense that you don't go 6 Premier League games scoring 1 goal and losing all 6. That is precisely what Chelsea needs. No top manager is going to be having a record as such. You could have a blitz, you could have a poor game, but no top manager is going to go 6. I think even more than the loss was the issue of not scoring. So there's that inconsistency in their game, and over time it went from an inconsistency to a norms, because we were seeing it week after week. Brighton used 2 passes to score their 3rd goal versus Chelsea. Danny Welbeck, Verbruggen, Kadioglu, goal. 2 passes. It should not be that simple. They are top side for a reason. So going back into the market, you are not looking to bring a manager that will find a solution for Gittins, find a solution for Garnacho, and tell them so too easy. Don't worry. You don't, no pressure. Good.
Calmer.
So they need to go back and maybe not get a manager that is going to be looking at how to find solutions for Palmer's deep in form, Gittins on the wing, Garnacho on this wing. Why is Estevao not clicking? That is not what they need at this moment. They need players who can say, this club is not where it is, let's return it back there. You're about to have a season that Manchester United just had. Next season potentially, because I don't see them qualifying for Europe except they beat City in the FA Cup finals. So if you don't beat City in the FA Cup finals, you're about to have a Man U kind of season where you play only league games and potentially the cup games, and that's about it. So a Europe-less Chelsea season has to look at what Manchester United have done this season and just bring back the basics, consistency into the club, and a little bit of stability to return back to the top level.
They went from world champions to Europe-less. But this is unfair. Did you know that last season they said that Manchester United did not make use of their plane? And this time around it will be Chelsea, the world champions. World champion will be using bus and train.
Up and down.
So this is really unfair. But just as Alex said, a top tier manager will not do what Chelsea did, and it goes to show that they really need a bit of a rejig. They need a manager that can come in, not even give them the results immediately, but try to stable the ship, try to make the players believe that they're playing for Chelsea, they're not playing for Ipswich. This is a Chelsea team. Try to make the likes of Liam Delap understand that he has gone past that stage of playing for a mid-class club and play for a big team, a world champion. And I think kickoff is there already at the London Stadium. We've seen where the game has started. And is it bubbles I'm seeing?
Forever blowing bubbles. That's what West Ham Stadium is known for.
Okay, I thought it was a ribbon of the champion, the ribbon and the title.
My friend is bubbles. Anyways, just to give you an update, is that Rivers United, Rangers have taken the lead against Bendel Insurance. By the way, they had done that, and Skodwin Obaji. And like Victor did say, 1 minute on the clock, West Ham United have kicked off against Arsenal. Just to give you the lineup again for that one, in case you missed out on it, for Arsenal, it's David Raya in goal, Gabriel Magalhaes and William Saliba in the centre back pair. Ricardo Calafiori is the left back, and Ben White is the right back on the day. In midfield is Miles Lewis Kelly and Declan Rice. The former West Ham United player. Up front is Victor Gyökeres. Behind him is got Iberi Chieze from the middle, Bukayo Saka from the right, and Leandro Trossard from the left. And for West Ham, it's Matt Hermanson in goal, Jean-Claude Todibo, Konstantinos Mavropanos, Axel Disasi, Aaron Wan-Bissaka, Thomas Soucek, Matthias Fernandes, Malik Diouf, Jared Bowen, Crescencio Somerville, and Totti Castellanos. We're going to be moving right into Nigerian football, and Henry is going to be the one to drive you for that one. Henry Ogugo is in the house. Henry, for this Arsenal team against West Ham, Nuno Espirito Santo has made some changes for this side. What do you make of this Arsenal team? Some people say if they win today, the Man City can kiss the title goodbye.
And if they win, Man City can kiss the title goodbye. But West Ham look like they are ready for it. They are up for it today, and we can see how they are already trying to run circles and rings around Arsenal. Just about 2 minutes or so, or 4 minutes on the clock, and we're seeing West Ham are showing some serious intent here. But I think Arsenal will definitely grow into this game. But I think this has to be the game for Arsenal, whereby because you look at the next two games, Burnley, Crystal Palace. Palace will have nothing to fight for by that last game. They are safe. Will probably have won the Conference League and be jubilating and be in a joyous and celebratory mood. And Burnley, I know they drew against Aston Villa today, but Villa have been awful of recent. So literally anybody will be able to get a point off Villa at this point in time. So I think this has to be the deciding game. But some people say West Ham are worse off than Crystal Palace. So I say that West Ham still have a chance of surviving. So there's every chance they will fight. This game, they have to fight. They will definitely fight, because if they draw points and Tottenham beats Leeds tomorrow, then they can all but kiss their Premier League status goodbye. So West Ham are definitely going to fight. Even if Arsenal wins this one, which I feel they will, it won't be easy. They will sweat for it. They will actually sweat and probably end up begging for it. I could be wrong still. Arsenal could go on and whitewash West Ham. But even looking at the way the game has started, West Ham, Arsenal won the counter-attack. We saw how quickly they got the bodies back immediately. They've been holding on to the ball, trying to create. Although I feel in a way, Arteta is sucking Nuno in by doing what he's doing, because Nuno definitely expected Nuno to even try to be more conservative and block off the spaces and see if he can get a point or better. Or in if you're put in a better position, 3 points, because a point in this sort of game is not a loss for West Ham. Although you say, will it do them any favors if Tottenham wins tomorrow? But I think this has to be the most important of those 3 games Arsenal has to play. But it doesn't mean that they have to take their foot off the gas if they do win this game tonight.
All right, just to provide some of the updates in the NPFL, Rivers United have started trailing against Wiki Tourists. They are losing by 1-0. So that is bad. That is really bad for the pride of Rivers. They're currently losing by 1-0 against Wiki Tourists. As it stands on the table, Rangers currently lead by 4 points. So if he stands like this, Rangers are champions with one game to spare. So Rivers United have their work cut out. Still Shooting Stars nil, Barao FC nil. Remo Stars losing at home to Bayelsa United by 1-0. Nassau United 0, Plateau United 0, Kwara United 1-0 nil. Katsina United also playing out a goalless draw against Ikorodu City. Same scoreline for Kano Pillars against Warri Wolves. Rangers lead Brendel Insurance by 1-0. El Kanemi Warriors playing out a goalless draw against Niger Tornadoes. And Abia Warriors also losing at home to Kun Khalifat by 1-0.
Okay, yeah, teams are shaking up or are gearing up in the NPFL at this point in time. And yes, you are listening to the voice of Henry Ogugo now to drive you through proceedings as we get to talk about everything as it concerns Nigerian football. Well, the NPFL title could be won by the end of match day 37 today. Rivers United losing by 1-0 to Wiki Tourist over there in Bauchi. And if Rangers does win the game today against Bendel Insurance, which they are doing at this point in time, Rangers will be as good as, or will be crowned champions of the NPFL, because with one game left, they will be 4 points ahead, and that means the best Rivers United can reduce the deficit by, or reduce the deficit to, is 1 point. So, I mean, will Rangers be crowned champions of the NPFL by the end of today? We will wait and see. I still have the guys, Benjamin Mina, Alex Kabari, and Victor Israel with me here in the studio as we get ready to talk about everything Nigerian football. Welcome back to the show. This is still Today Sports Live on your pre-on talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And you're still listening to the voice of Henry Ogogo, Benjamin Mina, Victor Israel, Alex Kabari here with me in the studio. As Arsenal are huffing and puffing and trying to, put the ball into the back of the net. But they have not just been lucky yet or been able to do that. Emerson, the West Ham goalkeeper, did stop a nice header from a corner for Arsenal early on before the one Gabriel was able to head over the bar, but it is still goalless between Arsenal and West Ham, and in the MPFL teams are shaping up. And yes, as we were just about to head over to talk about the MPFL, Enugu Rangers found a way to concede a goal against Bendel Insurance at home. I mean, Alex, Victor, you guys were calling it the number one bottle job that Rivers United were about to do. But it looks like Enugu Rangers are about to do a bigger bottling job. I mean, who is the bigger bottling company?
Rivers United. Yeah, because you can't tell me at some point you had 5-6 outstanding game and you found a way to. And then when they had those outstanding game, Rangers were, I think, third or fourth. Rangers are now top of the table and you are struggling to win the title.
Okay, Rivers United has actually equalized against Wiki Tories.
Yes.
So it's 1-1 between Rivers United and Wiki Tories.
The bottle is shifting.
But I mean, there's still a lot of time, guys. There's still a lot of time. It's about 38 minutes on the clock.
If they both drop points, they might open up space for Ikorodu City to say, that guy too might be mine. And Ikorodu City plays at home to Rangers
on the
last day. So who says they might not be eyeing it too? Rivers United is at home. Who are they even playing again on the last day?
If Rivers United were to be playing Bayelsa United at home on the last day, they will lose.
But it's not Bayelsa United.
I'm just saying, but if there is, but again, I think it's getting interesting, and this one thing that we want to see in the MPFL, where the league is being dragged by 2-3 persons or four teams, and that's what we are seeing. Good to go. I see Rivers United pulling out a job there. They've drawn their game against Wiki there, and what's his name? Bendel.
It's not drawn. They are
drawing.
There's still time.
Bendel Insurance have now pegged Rangers. This is what we want to see in the MPFL, and it's something that we've been clamoring for. The last day, made no duayo, no juro, no magu. Let us see who wins the league and win it fairly, but not just winning the league. My problem is not just winning the league. Can you represent us well in the CAF Champions League or Continentals? That's a problem.
Henry, that last game is going to be at home to 9th placed Castina United.
That's for Rivers United.
That's for Rivers United. Why Rangers
I looked through that. I was like, is it not Castina United? But Castina United doesn't have anything to play for. Rangers is up against Ikorodu City. So it's just safe to say if Rivers United can avoid defeat and Rangers fails to win today, we could be looking at Rivers United being champions on the last day.
Potentially, but we have to re-emphasize on that your question of who the bottle jobs is. Rivers United are about to pull, or we're about to pull an Arsenal. Oh, I can't even tell, because Arsenal are digging themselves out of that hole. I can't fathom how you'd be top of the MPFL table for so long, even while you were getting beat every week in the CAF Champions League that you just went there to take attendance. You were still top of the MPFL for quite a number of time. There was a period where they were on top for at least 2 months. So that one speaks volumes about them. You're talking 90 to 100 days top of the MPFL table, and you want to throw it away in the final stretch. It's been very poor. Benjamin spoke about their games in hand and the number of chances that they had. You'll be like, okay, they drew today, but no problem. They still have 4 games in hand. Oh, they lost today. They still have 3 games in hand. And that was how it kept reducing, and their form failed to improve. Now it's a do or die affair, and they are trying to pick themselves up and say, okay, no problem. Let's give ourselves one last push. And the only thing I can say is, if this team is this bad, I wonder how at any point the manager was considered to be eligible for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Shots fired. We're talking Rivers United and the Rangers. You're talking about Super Eagles of Nigeria. But guys, I mean, Victor, I mean, there's a lot hinging on these 2 games. There's a lot hinging on these 4 games, if you might want to say, if you had the 2 games this week and the 2 games that will be played next week. That's for both sides. And a lot is hinging on these 2 match days and what actually happens. Now, are we in for any surprise? Are we in for any changes at the top? Or you feel, irrespective of the fact that results are favoring Rivers United at this point in time, that Rangers still win the title at the end of the day?
I don't really know because at this point, you look at the 2 teams involved. I just feel both of them are actually not in fantastic form because we're having a case of title deciders, title race, and they are both dropping points when you expect them to. At this point, we are supposed to be seeing Rangers maybe taking like 2 or 3 goal lead, showing the hunger that they want to win.
Was that Rivers United goal cancelled? Can someone confirm, please?
Before we confirm that,
it still stands, still 1-0.
It's still 1-0. So I just feel I would have said maybe Rivers United should be getting this title, but we look at the fact that at some point they had about 5 games, outstanding games, and I don't just understand how the 5 game outstanding doesn't count. If you leave that to a European team, believe me, they might even open a 10-point lead on the top of the log there. But you look at Rivers United, they just threw away. That's about 15 points. You threw away about 15 points. It shows that you don't mean business. It shows that you don't want that title. Because the other day, where I was speaking to some of the people close to the club, we talked about how the club has been, how it is from the inside, and he pointed out that the players want to win the league, but I think that has not been the case because we are not seeing that on the pitch there. Games that you're supposed to put to bed, you get to go there and lose those games that you don't expect Rivers United to be losing, and those are the kind of games that they tend to lose, and it doesn't speak volume of the quality of the league, the quality of the coach. This is a coach that won the league with Enyimba then, and this is a coach that have tested, just as Alex said, he has tested power. He has tested that power there in the Super Eagles. Being the coach of the Super Eagles, even if it's for 1 hour, it shows that you know what you're doing. That is why you're there. You might not have been successful being there, but before you were considered, it means that they rate you that highly. So if such a coach should come to the league, then I feel it's a cheat code already because he's supposed to have that experience. And you look at the kind of club he comes to. This is not a club that lacks the technical know-how. This is not a club that is not being run properly. This is a club that when you talk about the clubs in the MPFA, this is one of the best when it comes to the management. I believe the club doesn't even owe their players. This is not a club that is just being set up, that are struggling with the infrastructure and all those things. This is a properly run club, and I feel he's supposed to be giving us the results. He doesn't have any excuse putting out these performances. Rivers United is supposed to be on top of the log, and at this point I want to give it to Enugu Rangers, because for you to chase them down to this time, for you to still maintain that top spot, I just feel it's a matter of time for them to win the league. We knew how Enugu Rangers won the league then. I think in the past 5 years
they won it 2 seasons back.
2 seasons back,
and they won it in, was that 2016 or 15? They did win the
so,
league under Coach Mama.
Yeah, because I remember watching one of their games, the Oriental Derby, where the fans, when you
against Enyimba.
Yes, you could see the fans. At some point, they were even close to standing on the touchline. That was how full the stadium was. It shows that for those fans to come out, it means that there's something Enugu Rangers are doing for their fans to come out en masse. So I feel they have the upper hand when it comes to having the 12th man there backing them, because when you go to Rivers United games, sorry to say, but you meet empty. You meet empty stands. You sometimes it's like this is even a training session, because you don't get to see the fans coming in there. But when you look at I know that was just the Oriental Derby that I watched, but you saw the fans, you could see that love, you could see that joy. So I feel Enugu Rangers at this point wants to repay that, and that is why they are. For me, I feel they are primed to be the champions of the NPFL at this point, irrespective of the fact that yes, they are actually playing out a draw right now. But it's still very much early, and anything could happen. But if Rivers United really means business, then they can maybe. It's never too late for them to step up. But if they want to go by what they've been playing these past 2 weeks, then I see Rangers lifting another trophy, maybe 3 trophies in the last decade.
Benjamin, Finidi George's role or job as the head coach of that side, they failed to win the league. Is he under any sort of or form of threat? Or you think, irrespective of the fact that they might fail to lose the league, Finidi still gets to keep his job next season?
Yeah, I believe the man will still keep his job. For some reasons, he will still keep the job first. He's a Port Harcourt boy.
Is that about being a Port Harcourt boy?
That's
doing
one of the reasons. He's gonna keep his job. He's a Port Harcourt boy. Secondly, he's building the team. When he came, remember where Rivers United came? Yeah, they had a pedigree in the league, in the Confederations Cup. Yeah, that's in the Continentals. They had the pedigree because at some point they were what's it called now? Yeah, they had that run in the Champions League, in the CAF Confederations Cup, finishing in the quarterfinals. So he's building the team. He lost the league last season, and this season if he gets to lose the league, narrowly lost the league, and hopefully they would give him a few more time to see if a few more years to see if he could actually get something out of it. Maybe if for me, I feel if Finidi does not resign on his own, then the man will stay in. We are still going to be seeing the Stanley Guma's reign in the MPFL because he's still going to have that luxury of time to actually see if he could win the league for Rivers, the pride of Rivers. But for now, I think if he doesn't win the league this season, he still keeps his job. So that's it. But I feel that the man is going to stay in Rivers United for a very long time until he decides to move on, or maybe we see what happens to Stanley Guma last time. Maybe we could see that happening, but for now, I feel that the man is going to be staying.
And we've been talking about Rivers United, but Alex, Enugu Rangers, they were not in the picture in the first half. They weren't in the picture. At the point, they were 8th, 9th, and all of a sudden, they're top of the MPFL. If you did listen to Chuka and his boys, what has been the turnaround? How did it get to this? How has it become so rosy and so fantastic for them this season?
Well, Henry, for one team to be able to capitalize on poor form, they have to also have an electric form of their own, and it was just the case of give and take. First of all, they understood the assignment in the sense of just having a good run of games. That builds confidence. You win matches you were not supposed to win. Obviously, you're 8th in the table. And there are some games that you may not be tagged favorites. You go from winning those matches and just progressing one after one, 3 points after 3 points, and confidence seeps into that team. And the minute confidence seeps into the team, there's this belief that is beginning to grow. And everything that is already piling in their favor is added, I would say, double by Rivers United woes, because you're looking at yourself and you're winning games, and when you turn your eyes to the other side, Rivers United are dropping points, so you're beginning to feel a little bit more encouraged to give in the chase. It's basically what happens as soon as you tend to slip off and let large leads run, then you are no longer safe. You have a situation where you're 12-13 points clear. And as much as we know the MPFL table is usually tight, it's always a fight till the final day for survival, for the teams trying to play on the continent, and of course for would-be champions. you have that opportunity when it's not at the dying stages yet to cement yourself or to at least slowly creep up the table. And for teams that find themselves in and around that area, I think we just mentioned the Ikorodu City. We forgot to mention even Shooting Stars, who are currently third, 60 points. So as it stands, those teams are saying, okay, if results elsewhere fall in our favor, who says we can't? Who says we can't? And they are believing within themselves. It's one thing to stay alive and stay around those areas. I believe that was always the saying, just get ready to pounce. Just in case something happens, someone is having an off day, drops a point here, drops another point here, you would not even realize it completely. But as long as there is still a game margin or a significant number of games to play, you're slowly creeping up the table. You're picking confidence, you're picking 3 points, and the team is beginning to grow into that belief. But of course, you have to state that it's the belief or the confidence is aided by the inability or the poor performances of your competitor, because you also need them. It's not in that situation. It's just like now in the Premier League with Pep Guardiola and City, where he made that funny gesture about being a West Ham fan yesterday. He crossed his arms and said, "Come, go Irons," at the end of his press conference yesterday. Very, very funny. But he has said it even right before the game against Brentford. He said, "It's not in our hands. We will play the best football we can and go to sleep." At this point, what do? You're basically hoping for. It's just basically you hoping for an opportunity, a let in. So if he sees it right now, he takes it. If he doesn't see it, no problem. But for you to be in those positions, it means you have to have done some work of your own, meaning you have to have at least stayed in or around those spots, in or around those places, just being there, being active there. In case an opportunity comes, opportunity that meets preparation is always going to be a success. So you pick 3 points, you pick 3 points, you pick 3 points, and your opponent keeps dropping. Then, as much as it's a bottle job, you are also being have to be given the kudos to be able to move and to progress in those areas where your opponents or your competitors did not do so well in, and to make sure that you were there, you were always present. So it's just kudos to them, and how not just a very good run of form, but also a poor run of form for Rivers United and Finidi George's boys helped or aided them into that position where they currently sit, which is looking to be champions. And they could still go ahead. They're at home. It's their final home game of the season. They know they face a very tough test in Ikorodu, which you would not expect them to win. But of course, it's a title race. Surprises could happen. But Ikorodu is chasing continent football too. You would want to win your final game at home. Give your fans something to go into the last game of the season cheering for, where you could go there and, based on results elsewhere, maybe play for a draw, or maybe just don't lose, just whatever the scenario is. But you have put yourself perfectly in that bracket, Henry, to be able to capitalize where others failed, and you have to give kudos to them at the end of the day.
Okay, so kudos to Enugu Rangers by Alex Kabari. According to Alex Kabari, will Rangers be able to do it 1-1? It is halftime over there at the Cathedral. They are playing 1-0 with Bendel Insurance. Sorry, Rivers United at halftime also 1-0 with Wiki Tourist. But guys, something is happening. Kun Khalifat.
I think
they're about to beat. They could.
They have beaten Kano Pillars. They have beaten. I think they beat Rivers United, if I'm not mistaken.
And they're 2-0 up against.
Yes,
Abia Warriors right now in Umuahia.
One thing about them is the hunger. I get to listen to the players when they get to put up their pre-match interviews. You hear them talk. We take every game seriously. The first stands of the league was a learning curve, and we've known how and where we can hurt these other teams, and they are not respecter of any man. Truth be told, they've beaten the big boys in the league, and they've gotten points away at some point, so away from home. So I feel that if anybody is going to be safe, those teams are being threatened in the relegation waters. I feel Kun Khalifat is going to be one of them. They are going to be safe if if any of those teams. For Bayelsa United, I know they are going to be relegated. Remo Stars.
Yeah, but by the end of this weekend, weekend or match day, if Bayelsa United, or as things stand, Bayelsa United and Wiki Tourist will be going down.
Yes, so I feel that Kun Khalifat is one of those teams that could, and they play good football. That's one thing about them. It's not the typical Nigerian league football that they get to kick long balls, and they play good football themselves. And Ikorodu City are one of those teams that play good football in the MPFL this season. So I feel that if any of those teams at some point they were 19, 20, they were fluctuating 19, 20, but when the second stands of the league started, they started picking points. So I feel that they are going to be safe with the kind of football they play and the kind of result they've been getting this season. I think they're going to be safe.
And how did Ikorodu City concede 3 goals? It's 3-0 in favor of Katsina United.
See?
3-0 in favor of Katsina United against Ikorodu City. Well, according to my records, I'm seeing 45 plus 10, 45 plus 10, but I'm seeing 3-0 here. What score lines? I'm seeing 3-0 here. Ikorodu City are losing to Katsina United by 3-0, which is actually surprising because that game was goalless about a minute ago when I put my eyes on the scores. But Ikorodu City are losing by 3-0. Well, we will be here to keep you updated as regards what's happening if there was any mix-up or any error in that one. But so far, Ikorodu City 0 or Katsina United 3, Ikorodu City 0. And you look at other centers also. Let me come over to you, Alex. Remo Stars playing out a 1-0 draw with Bayelsa United. Not what Usman Abdallah and his boys definitely need at this point in time. And he's still keeping them in the relegation zone. And when you now look at Kun Khalifat about to do a great escape, you now wonder, Remo, can they survive? Yes, you do have Niger Tornadoes and Kanu Pillars just ahead of them with about 2 points. But will this be enough? Especially knowing that your next and last game of the season is away from home.
Not good enough. Definitely not good enough for across 2 legs. But was that 3 matches to go, they were confirmed champions of the Nigerian Premier Football League last season. It's I know that's not the issue or the talking point right now, Henry, but I think it's really, really insane to reflect on how bad a champions or a championship winning side can fall in the space of 365 days. It's really surprising from Remo Stars. But yes, it's been coming all season. It's not like we'd say we just saw them materialize out of nowhere into that place on the MPFL table. It's been coming all season. They've had it coming all season. They've seen poor performance after poor performance, and there's been nothing done to sort of improve themselves. They did go behind after 5 minutes to Bayelsa United, but clawed their way back into that one just to ensure that today is not the day I get relegated. But you are playing, I would say, a team that is fighting for survival but all but relegated, because Bayelsa United are, I think, bottom or right behind Remo Stars, yes, in the standings. That's 19th, Remo sit at 18th. You're on 44 points. Bayelsa United are on 41. You're at home versus a side that is equally as poor as you are. I think you have to step up. I think you have to tell yourself, what exactly do we do right now to essentially make this team a Nigeria Premier Football League team by next season? And you have to step up and tell yourself, okay, no problem. Look at your chasing pack. Eimba, Kun Khalifat, Warri Wolves, all on 46 points. A win today takes you to 46 points and betters your goal difference, obviously. So that means you automatically move above the likes of Warri Wolves. And if you win by, let's say, a significant goal margin, at least 2 or 3, you move above Kun Khalifat in 15th, who are also currently doing very well themselves. So their chance is there for them to take. It's about the intent. How much intent do they have in terms of rescuing a bad season? Yes, it's been a poor season all year long. We've talked whatever you can.
A win takes them out of the relegation.
Yes, it does. A win takes them at least above Warri Wolves, and then depending on results elsewhere, Kun Khalifat are currently 2 goals up
But they have a better goal difference.
Yeah.
Enyimba has a better goal difference
than they do. So I was just pointing out that Kun Khalifat, depending on what happens, they are playing a strong opposition in Abia Warriors. So if Abia Warriors finds a way to reduce that deficit, it takes away from their goal difference, the accrued goal difference, because it's currently a difference of -3 for Kun Khalifat, and it is -6 for Remo Stars. So paints the picture. Remo Stars go on to win by a goal or two, and Kun Khalifat are maybe not pegged to a draw, but Abia do get one back. It sees them climb potentially even above Kun Khalifat going into the final day. You have to go and play a better second 45 minutes. If you're Remo Stars, you just have to respond. It is the only way to respond right now, and it's the only way to salvage what has been, and not just a poor, but an awfully degrading season for them.
Okay, Alex, I'm just sticking with you. I might put you on the spot here, but I want you to pick your relegated sides, your 4 relegated sides.
I think Bayelsa and Wiki Torres can wave goodbye. As much as they would like to say yes, we can rescue ourselves out of that position. It's all but done when you look at the fact that this is match day 37. There's one match day to go, and both teams are currently not picking maximum points. For you to have any business to do on the final day, you have to pick maximum points. They are not doing that. So bye-bye Bayelsa United and Wiki Torres. I really do not see a way back, and they will need standout performances in the second half to claw their way. To add to that, I do think I would say Remo deserves to go, but they are champions, and you think they will find a way, but they've not found a way this season. If not, if they had found a way, they would have been maybe comfortably in mid-table and not being dragged into this relegation scuff right at the end of the season. So I think I want to say Remo Stars, but at the same time, they deserve to go down, as the second half has just kicked off over there. They deserve to go down, and I would say the goal difference that Niger Tornadoes currently have, which is a perfect or an evenly balanced goal difference, no goals against, that supersedes the goals for, which means they are on 0 goal difference, means that all they need is a point or two from their remaining 6, and it will potentially see them climb out. And like I said, Kun Khalifat, Warri Wolves playing out to tough games, although Kun Khalifat has a 2-0 lead. But if results go against them in the second half, it could see them drop. So I would say Bayelsa United, Wiki Torres, like I did say, those ones are all but gone. I would still stick with Remo Stars to leave, rebuild, come back, and think about what happened from going from champions to returning back to the second tier of Nigerian football. And I would say Warri Wolves potentially. Then I would say Niger Tornadoes to survive, Kun Khalifat to pull a miracle and save their season. So Henry, that's Warri Wolves, Remo Stars, Bayelsa United, and Wiki Tourist.
Okay, so Warri Wolves, Remo Stars, Bayelsa United, and Wiki Tourist for Alex Kabari. So Enyimba beats the drop, Kun Khalifat beats the drop. Kano Pillars, because I mean, by the looks of things, Kano Pillars are at home at this point in time. At home, Warri Wolves get to play their last game at home. Enyimba gets to play their last game at home. Okay, Remo Stars will be away from home, but depending on what Remo plays here, it could actually be problematic for them at the end of the day. So Kano Pillars could get something, but by the looks of things, it looks like they are safe at this point in time.
Going. Yeah, Wiki definitely is going. What's their name now? Bayelsa United is going, and then I'm going to add Remo Stars in, as much as I don't want Remo Stars to leave, but they would be relegated. Their form has not been decent. It's not been helpful, since Abdallah came into the scene. The man has been trying, but I feel that Remo Stars are not ready to play the MPF for next season, so they would be relegated just like Sporting Lagos did, and maybe one season later they'll come back. But for now, I've stated 3, and then the last one is going to be, or should be, what's their name now? Sorry there. Warri Wolves, Niger Tornado is safe. Warri Wolves, no, Niger Tornado is not safe. They have 45. Yeah, they have 45 points. Warri Wolves 46, Enyimba 46, Kun Khalifat 46, 14 points. So I feel that Eimba will escape. It's between Warri Wolves and Niger Tornadoes, the last person, but I'm seeing Warri Wolves' next game is going to be at home.
Yeah.
Niger Tornadoes' next game is going to be away.
They are not going to be playing in Ozoro, let's not forget.
Yeah.
They were actually kicked out. They were suspended from playing in Ozoro because of crowd violence that happened about 2 match days ago.
See, this is the problem we're having. If they were to be playing in their home directly, I think you should have helped, but it's still a 50-50 situation between themselves and what's it called now? Niger Tornadoes. So for me, it's Niger Tornadoes. Warri Wolves. Okay, I've just put Niger Tornadoes, Remo Stars, and Wiki Tourists, Bayelsa United, all to be relegated.
Okay, Wiki Tourists, Bayelsa United, Niger Tornadoes, and Remo Stars all to be relegated for Benjamin. Yeah, before we come back to you talk about continental football, Alex, you've had your eyes on the Arsenal West Ham game. What is happening? We have about 41 minutes on the clock, and Arsenal still can't score West Ham United.
Building pressure, sustained pressure by the Gunners against West Ham United. We obviously knew this was not going to be an easy game for them, and we saw that with Manchester City yesterday, where they failed to score in the first half, failed to score up until the 68th minute. The nerves, palpable tension over there. I think the nerves here would be a little bit more because you recognize the fact that you are away from home, and by every passing minute, every growing minute, the home fans are going to feel a little bit more confident and cheer their team on a little bit more and see if, oh yes, there's actually a possibility of taking points off would-be or potential champions elects. But Arsenal have been on top, and rightly so, Henry. You could say they deserve to lead this game. They've hit the crossbar twice through corner kick attempts, and they had this scuffle that was right at the line. I won't call it a goal line clearance, but it was right at the line there, where anyone gets a touch on that and it finds its way into the back of the net. As for West Ham on the other end, they've not had much going forward. They look promising, they look dangerous, but there's been no shots for them on target.
Is it about getting the shots or just let's not get beaten today?
I don't know if I would buy into that narrative of let's not get beaten today, because I think they can go for all three.
Yeah, they can, but I mean, if you get 1 point against potentially the champions of the league at the end of the season, and you survive, or it helps in your survival, knowing that Tottenham are playing Leeds tomorrow. Leeds are not an easy side to play.
Yeah, but Tottenham look like a different team right now under De Zerbi. I must say, given their performance at Villa Park last week, I know yes, Villa have not been impressive, but Tottenham look like a team with their backs against the wall and they are willing to fight. A cruel 94th minute goal denied them all 3 points against Brighton. Else they'd have been at least 5 or 4 clear of West Ham as we speak. So they look like a side that recognize the danger they are in, brought in a manager and are trying to salvage that situation for themselves. Whereas West Ham United are, if there's anything I'll say that it does not look promising, Henry, is the fact that when West Ham does have those chances, they've had 1 or 2 loss of possession in the midfield from either Martin Zubimendi, who came on for an injured Ben White, or Miles Lewis Kelly. They've had those opportunities, and you expect them to saunter forward in numbers, and they saunter forward and they still can't even pick a final third pass, and it's poor. It's really poor from them. You expect more from them going forward, but maybe, just maybe, they are looking for that one clear-cut chance, and that's all it takes really in a game of football sometimes.
But basically, do you think Arsenal are actually putting up enough fight in this game, or you feel Arsenal are being soft with what you've been seeing so far?
Arsenal are... Oh wow, what a save. That is precisely what I'm talking about there. No shots on target, got a shot on target right at the death. Or it took 45 minutes for them to register 30 Castellanos. And I think what would be, I've not seen them take a corner kick here. What would probably be their first corner kick of the game too. Forcing a brilliant save from David Raya. But that's all it takes. That is all it takes. One moment, one decision. We could see the Arsenal player on the ground hoping the referee blows the whistle. He waves play on. Wan-Bissaka delivers a cross, 30 heads it on, and Raya is forced into a brilliant save. So it's obvious that there's intent among them. I'm just asking for that little bit more should I say the clarity that is needed to finish off or that bit of killer instinct when you go forward. You're not going to have many chances against Arsenal. Yes, and it is confirmed. It's just their first corner of the game. You're not going to have many chances against Arsenal. So when you do get them, how can you hurt them? And that is going to be the case. But Henry, football, like we did say, is a cruel game in the sense that they could. Oh wow, that was another chance.
A scramble in the box there, but
Jean-Claire Todibo, I think,
couldn't get his leg on the ball comfortably. Or
that was Disasi, and then Todibo tried to make contact with it, but he could not get a final touch that was needed on that ball. Just flick it on with his back facing the goal. That would have been quite the attempt if it had gone in or at least been on target. But yes, like I did say, West Ham have to show more. They have to show more to say, okay, yes, I know we are not favourites and we are struggling to stay in the Premier League, but going forward against Arsenal, when we see spaces, when we are able to transition quickly against them, and we are pouring and flooding forward with numbers, we should do better. I think, Henry, you had your eyes on the screen when we saw that West Ham chance. Was it a chance? Yes, a counter. I think that was my Diouf. Yes, on the counter there, a quick interplay between him and Simenso Somerville. Saw him running, and I counted 5 West Ham players latching on to that chance there, and not one of them was able to meet the ball, put in a very poor cross. So final third decisions are also key, Henry. But right now, it's pressure growing for the team from North London, and there's definitely lots of tension that will be felt in that dugout the longer the game goes on.
Okay, so it's goalless at this point in time between Arsenal and West Ham at the London Stadium. Benjamin, before we head over, I'll get back to talking Nigerian football. Is a point good enough for the Gunners?
Well, if they get to win today, then the job is done and dusted. So if a point comes, then it's even as much as it's not good enough. If a point comes, then it's something that they would have to do with, because it's not a do or die affair. It's a game, and it's either you draw, you win, or you lose. So they would look towards the next game, and then hopefully see if they can get something out of those after those last 2 games. But for now, I think they should concentrate on what they're doing. They're trying their best to penetrate that defense line and then give those passes and maybe just score the goal. So I feel that it's just time. They would need time to take the game, come into the game. They would need time to come into the game, take the game step by step, and hopefully they get something out of it. But if they don't get 3 points out of it, a draw, for me, I think it's something that they can kill themselves. But if Arsenal gets to draw this game, I wouldn't take Arsenal as a serious team. West Ham are very dangerous in the counter, but one thing again is you're a big team. You have to put yourself together and ready for the fight. So for Arsenal, if they get to draw this game, then they'll have to wait maybe a little longer, maybe next week, before they get to, celebrate that title. But a win in this game is going to be massive. Or a draw for Arsenal, I don't think that's good enough. But they've got other chances, to actually make it right to their fans.
Okay, so a draw means the English Premier League title could end up going down to goal difference on the last day of the season, but let's wait and see how things turn out. Rivers United, well, they are losing once again to Wiki Tories by 2-1, and Enugu Rangers just have to do one thing: score and win the game, and they are champions of the NPFL. Well, the matches or the games are still going on. We will be here, or we are here, to keep you updated as regards everything that is happening in the NPFL at this point in time. Kun Khalifat still leading Abia Warriors by 2-0. Niger Tornadoes still playing out goalless draw with El Kanemi Warriors. Kano Pillars are leading Warriors by 1-0. Katsina United are 3-0 up against Ikorodu City. Kwara United are 2-0 up against Enyimba. Nasarawa United playing out a goalless draw with Plateau United. Enugu Rangers playing out 1-0 draw with Bendel Insurance. Remo Stars are playing out 1-0 draw with Bayelsa United. Shooting Stars are leading Barao FC by a goal to nothing, while Wiki Tourists are currently leading Rivers United by a goal to nothing. 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. That is for the phone line, and it is open for it calling and air your thoughts on everything we have been discussing. The MPFL, the title race. I mean, who are you expecting to win the title? Do you think Rangers will clinch it today, or do you think Rivers United will be able to put up a fight? And hopefully results go your way at the Cathedral and it goes down to the final day where you do expect Rivers United to actually win it. You can also call in and give your thoughts on the Arsenal and West Ham game that's currently going on. It's halftime in that game and it is goalless. Arsenal need the 3 points to, will you say, increase the gap back to 5 points against Manchester, or extend the gap to 5 points against Manchester City. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp auto, and you can send your thoughts there as well. And Benjamin, let's head over to talk the last continental slot. By the looks of things, Ikorodu City might just be out and it's all going to be Shooting Stars, or we will be having our 3 confirmed continental teams by the end of match day 37. Shooting Stars are third with 60 points, and Ikorodu City do sit fourth with 58 points. I will confirm that now. Yes, Ikorodu City are fourth with 58 points as they are losing at this point in time, but Shooting Stars will be 2 points ahead of them with 60 points. But before we get to hear from you, let's hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Or good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Name and location.
Well done. This is Ogatam. I'm calling you from Yenegua.
Okay, Ogatam, please go ahead.
Please, just tuned it. Please, can you kindly give me the result of the MPFA?
Okay, we will do that for you, Ogatam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Although I did just read that out, we will do that for you. Okay, Sam, that did call in. Well, let's give you the score lines again. Abia Warriors are losing to Kun Khalifat by 2 goals to nothing. El Kanemi Warriors currently playing out goalless draw with Niger Tornadoes. Kano Pillars are leading Warri Wolves by a goal to nothing. Katsina United are defeating Ikorodu City by 3 goals to nothing. Kwara United are 2-0 up against Eyimba. Nasarawa United and Plateau United are currently playing out goalless draw. Rangers International are playing out 1-0 draw with Bendel Insurance. Remo Stars playing out 1-0 draw with Bayelsa United. Shooting Stars are defeating Barao FC by a goal to nothing, while Wiki Tourists are defeating Rivers United by 2 goals to 1. And this one from the SMS portal says, good evening everyone. I think it's better Spurs are not relegated than for Arsenal to win the league. This can only happen if both sides neither win but draw. Okay, it pains me that either West Ham or Spurs will be relegated. I won't also be happy if Arsenal wins the league. I don't just understand this season. Love God from Abua River State. Well, Love God, seems like you're an Arsenal hater, but well, let me not say Arsenal hater, but you don't want Arsenal to win the league. Let's just leave it like that. Well, Remo Stars have taken the lead against Bayelsa United, so it's Remo Stars 2, Bayelsa United 1. And how does that affect the standings on the NPFL table? Let's see. Remo have left the relegation zone. They are now 16th, and Warri Wolves and Niger Tornadoes occupy the last 2 spots. So by the looks of things, Remo will be beating the drop, but we wait and see if that will be the case on the final match day of the season. And let's head over to the WhatsApp portal to get to read your thoughts and see what you have for us on that platform. On WhatsApp, Ernest from Woji says the number one West Ham fan. Ernest from Woji says he's number one West Ham fan in Nigeria, And he also said he thinks their game today will be very good. Will be a very good one to remember as they are trying to escape relegation. And he went on to say, we will win with 2-0, or we win with the 2-0 scoreline, and we'll only win the corner. Arsenal will only win the corner kicks trophy today. Let's go Hammers. Enes from Woodju. Well, Enes, you've turned from a Chelsea fan to a West Ham fan today. Well, who said bad belly isn't allowed? Hello, good afternoon or good evening. Beg your pardon.
Good evening, please. I come back from Yenegua.
Yeah, go ahead.
I maybe I did not hear you well. You did say Warri was at the drop zone now.
Yes, they are in the relegation zone. Remo Stars have taken the lead against Bayelsa
Warri
United.
was my two clubs. My one Bayelsa United and Warri was. No, they should not go to relegation. No.
Well, they have to do the job on the pitch if they don't want to get relegated.
No, that one will be too bad because now Nigeria League, that NNN now, I see that maybe the teams that are getting promotion now, they are private teams.
Yes.
So if the government, you want to understand, if the government team go to the relegation, I don't think that they will even come back again.
Then become private. Don't be a government team again. So, yes, get private. Tell your governors and government that they should privatize the team. Maybe you come back next season.
My brother, I'm an advocate of private teams. I don't even like government support sponsoring these state clubs. And that's why football is not going well in Nigeria. Even sport in general is not going well in Nigeria because of this government thing. Because they politicize everything. Please, I don't really like. I really want private owners to come into sport so that we'll get better sport in Nigeria because we are going down.
Okay.
My brother, good evening.
Yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts there. It's been great having you on the show. And you can do it to keep the calls coming in 0810-9510-951 for the SMS and WhatsApp also. That one is 0701-933-996. So Rivers United losing to Wiki Tories by 2-1. But Enugu Rangers just can't seem to buy a victory against Bendel Insurance as they are fighting to see if they can do themselves some favor and still qualify for the last continental slot. 0810-9510-951 and 0701-933-996. And Benjamin, coming back to you, the continental slots, Shooting Stars third, 60 points. Ikorodu City fourth with 58 points, and we have Bendel Insurance fifth, if you might want to put them there, with 56 points. But it looks like it's going to be a straight shootout between Ikorodu City and Shooting Stars. And how does that one end, knowing that Shooting Stars are away from home on the last? I know I like emphasizing on this thing because it's still the NPFL, as much as we've had some good or decent away forms from certain teams, especially Abia Warriors this season.
Yeah, I think for the continental slot, last season, what's it called? Ikorodu City narrowly missed out to Abia Warriors, and this season, that's why I said they are the most improved team this season. Truth be told, they are the most improved team because
most consistent over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I would say why I said consistency is there, but why I said improved is because they are actually looking to better what they did last season or where they ended last season. They've been consistent. I think they have the highest number of goals scored this season. No. But
that's Rangers.
That's Rangers, yeah. So they've
scored 41 goals.
Yeah, they've been consistent and they've not been shying away from playing good football. And I looked at it. I'm looking at it and seeing that Ikorodu could actually go to the Continentals. That's one team that I want them to go to the Continentals. I want to see they are a new team. They've not been to the continent before, so I want them to go there, test the waters, and see if they can be that team that would help better the performance. Because right now, the best that we've had over few years now, 3-4 years or 5 years, let's say, is Rivers United in the CAF Confederations Cup with finishing in the quarterfinal stage. Is it quarterfinal right? Yeah, quarterfinal stages. It'd be a back-to-back. So I feel that they should go there, test the waters, and hopefully they get to bring glory to in terms of where we used to. We've been known to stopping in the Confederations Cup because the way they play, if you watch Ikorodu City play, they play beautiful brand of football. beautiful football and they are an attacking side. They get attacking. They are, even when they are playing away from home, they'll attack you and they want to get something out of that game. So I look at it and say it's between Ikorodu City and what's it called, Shooting Stars in that Confederations Cup, CAF Confederations Cup slots. But then the last one would be coming from the President Federations Cup. So for me, I'm rooting for Ikorodu City to actually go to the continent, and then hopefully they get to put up a good performance and a good fight.
So Benjamin is going or rooting for Ikorodu City. Who are you rooting for to, we say, seal this last continental slot from Nigeria or from the NPFL? 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. Well, Rivers United, they have equalized against Wiki Tourists over there in Bauchi, and they are doing everything possible within their power and might to actually see that they do get to take this to the last day of the season. But it's still in the hands of Rangers International. 1 goal, and they are 3 points ahead with a +9 or let's say it will be a +10 goal difference. Actually, if they do get to win by just a goal. So Rangers, their destiny is still in their hands. So that means Rivers United will have to win by 9 goals or 10 goals and hope Rangers get to lose on the last day if Rangers can win at the end of today. So Rangers just needs that victory and hope Rivers United don't win to actually, you say, but seal the NPFL title, although it will have to go to the last day if Rivers United doesn't lose today. And guys, quickly, before we head back to talk NPFL, Victor Osimhen, the man won the Turkish league for a second time yesterday as his Galatasaray side did defeat Antalyaspor 4-2. The man did score a brace last night in the process of lifting the trophy. But Victor, it's not about the title this time. Should Osimhen be saying bye-bye to the Turkish league after this?
Yes. Should be saying that. No disrespect to Galatasaray with what they've done. First off, congratulations to them on winning the Turkish league. I think yesterday we were talking about the fact that he took all his Nigerian friends down to the stadium.
Very dark, man.
Yeah, everyone was there to watch the game and they were trailing 1-0, and before we knew it, if I could check again to see the scoreline, it was 2-2. So it goes to show that yes, for him to invite them, he knew he was up for the show. So, and he gave them a show, getting a brace there. But I feel the man, we understand that no player gets bigger than a team, gets bigger than a club. But I feel for the sake of Nigerians, for the sake of we want to see him conquering the biggest stage. We want to see him being in the headlines for scoring braces, scoring hat-tricks for giants when it comes to Europe. We want to see him playing his trade there for the top guns in European football. So we believe he has done enough for Galatasaray. He will be known, he will be remembered in Galatasaray for the things he has done. And I believe with time, they will come to see that, yes, he left as a legend. He left as a hero of the team, not just a cult hero, but he left as a legend of the team. So this is the time where we want to see Victor Osimhen. He doesn't have the luxury of playing in the World Cup to announce himself to the other big teams. I think it was a loose ball situation. The back pass.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a back pass, and the attacker closed down the goalkeeper. But the goalkeeper tried to react there. Look at it there.
No, that's Palmer.
That's Villa. No?
Oh, okay.
Villa.
Yeah.
Miles Villa.
Roma,
Miles Villa, yeah. So I just feel the man needs to. This is his prime. The man is getting to that point where he should be seen as one of the Nigerians that's conquered even the EPL, the La Liga. That is what we want to remember Victor Osimhen for.
He's conquered the Serie A. He's conquered the Turkish Super League. So it's all about either the La Liga or the English Premier League.
Because if his career ends today, playing his trade for Galatasaray, he won't be remembered that much. Maybe we could remember him for what he did in the national team, but will he be remembered like the likes of John Obi Mikel that did it in Chelsea? Will he be remembered what is his name, Bafemi Martins, that did it there in the Serie A and also came to the Premier League and did it too? Yakubu will be remembered for the miss in the World Cup. But believe me, when he comes to the Premier League, he's known as the Big Yak. What he did there in...
The man scored 95 Premier League goals.
That's it. He will be remembered for... He didn't even cut it out there in a big team in the English Premier League, but...
He also went to Real Madrid.
So, but he will be remembered for what he did there in Everton, and we know that of Kanu Nwankwo, what he did in Arsenal, Portsmouth, and all that. So, these are Nigerians that lay that mark there in the big teams, in the big leagues. So Victor Osimhen at this point needs to start stepping up to the big leagues. Imagine what he does for Galatasaray. If he takes that to this Arsenal team, we know how he drags Galatasaray to victories. If he takes that to this Arsenal team, they won't be in a title race because he would have given them the title before we get to before the race starts, because this is a man that can drag a team to win. If he plays very well, Victor Osimhen is in the game, believe me, you are getting the 3 points. That is, if he can do that for a struggling Galatasaray team, he can also do that for a big team. He can drag Chelsea. If Victor Osimhen was in this Chelsea team, they won't be losing 6 straight games without scoring a goal. You know that if they get to lose the game, he will still do his part by getting a goal. He is the kind of striker that even if you don't get to pass the ball to him, he still looks for a way. He still looks for a way to get himself involved in the game. So he needs to start going to the big guns. Real Madrid at this point might be losing one of their strikers, maybe Vinicius Junior leaving. He could come into the foray there. He could be the striker for the team, while Kylian Mbappe goes to the left wing, and we get to see our own Victor Osimhen playing his trade there for one of the European giants.
Well, who knows if Mourinho ends up being the coach of the Blaugrana? That could be the case because he's a man he likes.
Yes,
he's a striker he likes.
So he can even go to Barca because Barca at this point are looking for a striker. So he could go there and be on the receiving end of passes from Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, and the rest. He could make a name for himself because getting to win the Pichichi Award every season. Because we know that Kylian Mbappe will score goals, but with what Victor Osimhen does, he will score goals too. And we know what Barca, when they want to win a game, they win games 4-0, 5-0, and he will be on the end of getting maybe a brace or even a hat-trick. So Victor Osimhen at this point, we just want the man to get to a big stage, go to where we want to see you on the coming out in the headlines for the positive reasons, not a team where we know that when they come to the gathering of men, they will be seen as boys.
Okay, well, Enugu Rangers. If you're a Rangers fan, you might as well have the chance to celebrate. This is for you. Well, Rangers have taken the lead. Yes, Rangers have taken the lead against Bendel Insurance. It's a +10 goal difference, 3 points ahead of Rivers United, and that might just be the NPFL title for the Elephants. Alex, I think it was just a matter of time. We were all expecting this, but I mean, is it good? Is it just Rivers United kiss the title goodbye just manage the fact that you will be playing the CAF Champions
As
League next
long
season.
as Rivers United are
And
currently,
it's not even certain they will be playing the CAF Champions League next season, although we do expect them to
yeah,
be playing
to be there. I think they are away to bottom of the table wiki tourist, or is it 19th place with their draw?
bottom of the table wiki tourists, but now it's 19th place wiki
19th place wiki tourist
with the draw.
with a 2-2 draw. Is that it at current standings?
Yeah.
You would have expected them to go into that tie and to win that game. Right now, they still have, I don't know how many minutes exactly it is, but they still have time to claw something out of that game and just see if they could put whatever pressure that they can on Rangers going into the final day. Because a win right now for Rivers United reduce that gap back to a 1 point gap.
And
it becomes interesting.
It will be flipped.
It becomes interesting because Rangers has to play away to a top contender.
Yeah.
While you have to play someone who is safe, who has nothing to play for at home, in front of your fans. So do the hard work right now and make sure you beat. You should not even be trailing. They've not led versus their opponents today. You should not even be trailing them in 2 consecutive instances. You'd expect better from them. You'd expect Rivers United to put up more of a fight, maybe not win very convincingly, but show enough that shows that this is a game that could decide the Nigeria Premier Football League. And you don't want to be handing that over to Rangers. And Rangers currently leading. If Rangers do go on to seal all 3 points, that is their record. Is it record tying? Yes, record tying 8, matching Eyimba number of MPFL titles. So you want to be a little bit more assertive. You know, you've not done well enough for yourself, but you want to see how possibly you could just keep yourself in it until the last day and just wait and see if tide can favor you. Because at the point now, we've explained the situations, you know how the last day is going to look like. Why not try to keep yourself in it and see, okay, no problem, it's going down to the last day, it's going down to the wire, and if we are still in it, this is how many points we could be behind the team we are chasing, and they have a more difficult game than us. So it's down to them, I feel. But it's a distinct reality at this point, I think, Henry. With the current timing of the match, those games going on at their different centers. 80th minute, some in the 64th. Rivers United has about 15 minutes left to play, while same for Enugu Rangers versus Bendel Insurance. So you have to do better. You have to secure 3 points. That's your primary assignment. You cannot be thinking of last day when you've not secured 3 points. And I know among the dugouts there, someone has whispered to them, hey, they don't score again. So it's up to you now to win. Because if you don't win, the title is done. Ikorodu City are not beating Rangers United by 5 goals. A side that knows that all they have to do is get 1 point. You will not beat them by 5 goals on the last day. Neither will Rivers United beat Katsina United by a 4 or 5 goal margin to close. That would be a perfect dream for them. Yes, a dream situation, but that is not happening. So win the one that is in front of you right now. 15 minutes. Do all you can to win it, just to make sure it stays at a 1 point gap and forces a very interesting final day in the MPFL.
Well, we do hope, or some do hope, it will be a final or interesting final day of the MPFL season. Some are not hoping for that, but by the looks of things, yes, not officially crowned today, but even if, or with the way things are standing, the goal difference, that's a big issue. There's a 10 goal gap between Enugu Rangers and Rivers United. So even if Rangers lose on the last day and Rivers United do win on the last day, they have to cancel out that 10 or plus 10 goal gap. So that's the only way Rivers United can win the title on the last day.
Reminds me of those days when you have Calabar Rovers and forgotten that club name. There was a time in the MPFA where someone won 20 to avoid relegation. I think it was 15-0 also to avoid relegation. But again, I think this is one of the most interesting MPFL seasons we've had. You know, last season Remo Stars ran away with the league. this season we thought Rivers United topping the league, having that outstanding games because of their continental engagement. We thought Rivers United would be running away with the title, but here is Rangers. Fidelity Lechukwu, an experienced manager in the MPFL. He has won it before with Rangers, and his experience is actually playing out. And I saw on social media when he was talking to his players in the dressing room. He was telling them, you're wasting the ball. You play together. I was just watching his halftime team talk. It was nice. It shows that this is the man that knows what he's doing, and he's now showing it on the pitch of play. So I feel that Rangers are doing something exceptional, and if Rivers United don't get to win this one today, then it's done and dusted for them. Maybe they'll have to try again next season. But for me, I think it's a failure on the part of Rivers United if they don't get to win the MPFL this season.
Well, they either win. I hope Bendel Insurance can do them a favor, but all the same, it's not over till it's over. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951, or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And Skun Khalifa still leading Abia Warriors by 2-0. Academy Warriors still playing as goalless draw with Niger Tornadoes. We also have Caterpillar still leading Warri Wolves by 1-0. Kaseya United are leading Ikorodu City by 3-0. Kwara United are 2-0 up against Enyimba. Nasarawa United are leading Plateau United by 1-0. And Rangers International are defeating Bendel Insurance by 2-1. Remo Stars are 2-1 up against Bayelsa United. Shooting Stars are leading Barao FC by 1-0, while Wiki Tourists are currently playing out a 2-2 draw against Rivers United. And over there at the London Stadium, West Ham are still playing out a goalless draw with Arsenal, and the clock is still ticking. And Miles Lewis Kelly was about to do something there. He was about to do something there.
You never forgive him if he had done that.
I want someone to go and check up on Som too, because I can feel the tension and the fear right now. Even among them.
Let's head over to our correspondent Victor, because he was just there.
Yes. I can tell you for a fact that he's sitting on the hot seat.
The man, hot or cold?
He's already saying.
He might be feeling him more than us.
Was under the cold weather. Somto carried a cold bottle water.
He's used to bottling. That's it. He's used to bottling. I told him why he was here on my call, and I told him that very soon you start complaining, and he's already complaining. I heard him saying, "What kind of Saka is this? What kind of Saka?"
That's too much.
But guys, seriously, you've had your eyes on the game. What? It's not the Arsenal we saw against Fulham and Atletico Madrid. What happened? What's happening?
I think for Fulham. Let me start with Fulham. West Ham. I think the Hammers are doing something pretty. It's not as though they are sitting deep. They are attacking. That's it. And they switched to a back three. Coming into this game, they had a back three, switching into back three, and then choking up that midfield, so that Arsenal wouldn't be having the roller coaster of enjoying the dividends that comes from the midfield. So for the Hammers, they've been doing exceptionally well, and for Arsenal, they are very patient, waiting for the opportunity to come. There, Saka with the ball. Saka has been, I'll tell you, he's been average in this game. Yeah, he's been average. Someone is saying that Saka rubbed the vanishing spray. Into the
Arsenal said they'll win the Champions League invincible. Saka is already practicing being invincible today, because looking at this game, I can't see Saka in this game.
But I think Arteta has made a change. He brought in Mosquera for Mosquera in, and he took off Ricardo Calafiori. I think he's trying to bring in defensive solidity, because Calafiori is more
defensive
of an attacking.
You need every point.
On top defensive solidity,
there's a substitute. I get what he's Benjamin is trying to point out there. He made that change with Zubimendi.
Yes.
Swapping out Zubimendi for White.
And
so now he's just trying to make that back line solid in terms of Gabriel, Saliba, and Mosquera. Everyone else should go and attack. They are the only three I'm seeing at the back. And then when in situations of set pieces, you'd still see all three of them up front.
Exactly.
And the only person you'd see trailing behind is Zubimendi and Luis Kelly, who do not have the height.
Reminding me of Galich at the 2018 World Cup.
So that's the current situation. And right now, going into the last 29 minutes of this game, they are going to put even more crosses. If you thought they were putting crosses into the box, you've not seen anything yet.
And that's what more crosses. More crosses. They've been bringing the ball into the 18 with long ball crosses and all that. It's hoping to.
Sorry to cut you, Benjamin.
No, go on.
This just justifies what I said. Ovie was here. I said that whatever tactics Arsenal will do in game, before the game, after the game, will only lead to more crosses and crosses. That's just it. And that's what we are seeing. He is changing the tactics in game. But what we are seeing is just crosses upon crosses. Very soon, once it gets to 70-75 minutes, what you start seeing is corner kick. And I get to, I'm not going to criticize them, but I'm trying to tell you that this is what we've been seeing this season. We've seen City win the league. See, they go play football. You as an opposition fan, they go score you, you go clap. Because of the way they will touch you. We watch Jurgen Klopp's heavy metal football. They will press you. They will purposely give the ball away to you. They will press you, get the ball, and score. And you as an opposition fan, you will clap. Happy. When they beat Manchester United 7-0, United, there was no penalty in that game.
No.
There was no penalty in that game. I think the 7 goals, there were no were they set piece goals. I couldn't recall any of them being a set piece goal.
Just one from the corner.
You could see them creating chances, scoring goals. But somebody wants to tell me that Arsenal deserves to win the league title because they are resorting to corner kick. You can win the league if you started the pattern with corner kick. When it gets hard, you have to get a plan B. The plan B, if crosses are not working, what do you do next? You build up from the middle. Somebody said they are tired of building up from the middle. It hasn't been working.
The block not strong.
The block is not strong.
Rivers United has scored.
Harry, you not ring bell for the Rivers United fans.
That is for Rivers United. So there is a chance on the last day of the season, the Brighton Rivers will be or could be crowned champions of the NPFL as they are leading Wiki Torres by 3-2 over there in Bauchi, guys.
Henry, we were speaking on it, and I think maybe I would like to believe someone in their dugout had their phone dialed on to 95.1 to the FM to hear us talk about them, to hear us refer to them and telling them that they absolutely need to win. But even without our analysis, it's a simple equation for yourself. You understand the essence or the job or the task you have at hand, and you know exactly what you're supposed to do. Win today, forcing into the final day. You're at home. As much as you're at home, you have the ginger of your home support with you, unlike today. And just see if Ikorodu City could do one favor for you.
Okay, well, they just need it to be a draw, and they do their business at home against Katsina United.
Well, the coach of the Super Eagles is in the stadium Cathedral.
Yeah, he's in the Cathedral watching the Enugu Rangers and Bendel Insurance game. So Rivers United are leading Wiki Tories by 3-2, and hopefully that could just be in their favor on the last day of the season, knowing that Rangers will be going to Lagos to play Ikorodu City while they will be at home against Katsina United, and they could be crowned NPFL champions on the last day of the season. Let's wait to see what happens from now to the end of that game in Bauchi, but we might not be here to actually give you the full-time results, as we do have just a few more minutes, about a minute or two before we get to run out of the studio. Yes, we are at the home stretch and we are getting ready to leave the studios to go less over there at the London Stadium. But in the NPFL, Kun Khalifa leading Abia Warriors by 2 goals to nothing. El Kanemi Warriors playing out goalless draw with Niger Tornadoes. Kano Pillars are leading Warri Wolves by 1 goal to nothing. Katsina United leading Ikorodu City by 3 goals to nothing. Kwara United are 2-0 up against Enyimba. Nasarawa United are leading by 1 goal to nothing against Plateau United. Rangers International are leading Bendel Insurance by 2 goals to 1. Remo Stars are 2-1 up against Bielsa United, while Shooting Stars are 1-0 up against Barao FC. Wiki Tourists are losing by 3 goals to 2 to Rivers United over there in Bauchi. And let's head over to some of the major leagues in Europe and see what's happening there. Like I did mention, Arsenal are playing out to goalless draw with West Ham at this point in time. In other centres, from earlier in the Premier League, Burnley played out to 2-0 draw with Aston Villa. Crystal Palace did play out to 2-0 draw with Everton, while Nottingham Forest played out to 1-0 draw with Newcastle United. In the Old Firm Derby in Scotland, Celtic did defeat Rangers by 3 goals to 1. In Spain,